by the weather, with a couple of games being rained out and Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica both being unable to play. So both teams here with lovely sunshine at Gilbert Park would be very excited for the opportunity to get some points on the board, and both of them would be looking for a victory, I'm certain. As we just take a look at the lineups for Trinidad and Tobago under 19, you have the captain Shalini Samaru, vice captain Chanel Sau, Anaya Roberts, Samara Ramnath, Jessica Orozco, Katie Jazz Mitchell, who will be opening the bowling, Kira Maya Manpaul, Maria Lafoucade, Zakia Harilal, Brianna Haricharan, and Kanika Cesar. For Jamaica opening the batting, we have Brianna Gordon and Abigail Bryce.
Just a little delay, the umpires. Just probably making sure everything in order here.
So you can see Katie Jazz Mitchell ready to open the bowling. And even in the warm-up, we saw a lot of intensity from Trinidad and Tobago, as we know their coaches, Gibran Mohammed, former national cricketer who has a lot of experience, as well as Anisa Mohammed, the manager of the team, who is loaded with experience and still presently plays the game for the senior team. So it's great to have all of these cricketers in the setup, Hamza.
Katie Jazz Mitchell should have had a lovely time leading into this competition in that invitational games they had earlier on. So I'm sure she'll be raring to go. A breeze will be blowing across the ground here, so she'll be assisted with that ball shaping away from the left-hander. That's a good start there from Mitchell. Yorker length delivery. Now, Keshav, how often as players and commentators do we ask bowlers to start with that Yorker first up?
Honestly, Hamza, I think that's one of the best starts I've seen in any form of cricket at any level, because to bowl that delivery first up, I mean, it really takes a lot of execution. I think it just goes back to what we were saying about the warm-up and the intensity, you know. They were ready and raring to go, so we can see the execution from ball one.
That's a good start there again from Mitchell. And that's the thing, throughout her time this year, leading into this warm-up, she has been really consistent on that line and length, mostly on that middle and off stump. But she does has one that she gets it just short of a length to move away as well. So I'd love to see she mixes it up, especially with that first slip in play. That's just wide there, taken on the leg side, but it was a much quicker delivery from her.
Yeah, that one just a bit going down the leg side there, but after an excellent start with 2 Yorker line deliveries, I mean, you know, she can easily just shake off that extra and get back into her form. As you know, Katie Jazz Mitchell, right and medium pacer from Prisal, who attended Waterloo High School and has represented and captained a school cricket team for several years. And since she has been part of the Trinidad and Tobago setup, she has been a steady performer for them, always accurate with the opening bowler and getting wickets when needed.
And that's the first sign of aggression there. That's good though from the batter. They need to get a run. This is a 30 over competition, and the more you absorb and add pressure to yourself as a batter, that's the last thing you would want to do, especially being necessarily the opener for them with that first game being rained out. And that's good again there, but straight to the fielder. So you'll want to get a good start as a batter, build that momentum and lead into this competition with that high level of confidence.
And on the positive side, both of those shots, even though they have been aggressive, they have gone straight to the fielder she has set in that leg side position. And notably, there's only one fielder in the ring on that side, so seems to be going according to plan.
And that's a much better delivery. That's a huge appeal, and that's given Trinidad and Tobago. Katie Jazz Mitchell, she has her first wicket.
And we were just talking about that, Hamza, just shaping that ball away. Initially, the first couple of deliveries would have been angled into the pads of the batter, and this one just getting that movement away. Some lovely bowling there from Katie Jazz Mitchell, and striking early in the first over. As we were speaking about her ability to get early wickets, we have seen it again, and that's definitely a prize scalp for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, sometimes as commentators here, it totally goes the other way. But on this occasion, unfortunately for Jamaica, they've lost their first wicket. A new batter coming out there, Mackenzie. She'll definitely have a role to play here. Almost as though she's opening the batter.
Yes, in the first over, I mean, it's never easy for a number 3. I think most times, in fact, they tell number 3 batters to always prepare as if you are facing a new ball, because if from ball 1, you know, there's a wicket in any circumstance, you have to be ready to go and have to be ready to face. So Mackenzie here, I'm sure she would have that playing in the back of her mind. And with the great start from Katie Jazz Mitchell thus far, just one extra in the over, a wide that was very close down the leg side. Apart from that, 4 deliveries and a wicket, so she'll look to finish strong here and continue.
I'm sure Mitchell will be relishing this as well, because it's another left-hander coming out there. She'll have the advantage again of that breeze blowing across the left-handed batter. And that's another wide there, but the intention, as you can see, was clear there from Mitchell.
Yeah, that one just a bit too close to the wide line on the offside, and the umpire signaling rightfully so. But again, good intentions, because she's getting that ball to move across with a natural swing as well as the additional breeze that we have at Gilbert Park, California. I must say it's an extremely lovely day for cricket here, Hamza, with brilliant sunshine. We have brilliant breeze, and all of the cricketers are excited for this opportunity.
That's another appeal there, but that ball just going down the leg side.
Yeah, that one seems to just be hitting the pad down that leg side, and despite a hearty appeal, I think all of the fielders knew that it was going down leg, and that brings the first over to an end. Just 1 or 2 extras, in fact, conceded, 2 wides, no runs off the bat thus far, and an early wicket there for Katie Jazz Mitchell. So excellent start for Trinidad and Tobago, and it looks like Samara Ramnath is in fact going to take up the attack from the other end. So they will be opening with medium pace from one end, and they will be opening with spin from the other end. Samara Ramnath, of course, the sister of Rajiv Ramnath, who is in action with the Trinidad and Tobago men's under-19 team as that tournament takes place in St. Vincent at the same time.
I think this is a really good ploy here from Trinidad and Tobago to open with spin from this end. Earlier on, Kishav, you went and had a look at the pitch. Some bit of thoughts on that, as Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Well, I think this is a great decision here, because the pitch here at Gilbert Park, usually it works great for pacers when they prepare it. As we know, when we had Lovely Connection Wanderers, the home team for here in Trinidad and Tobago, had a lot of pacers, the likes of Nathan Stewart, who came through, and you know, it was always a shiny surface. In more recent times, we have seen it play more kindly to spin. Hence, that's why I think this introduction of the off-spinner Ramnath at this stage with the new ball, because she's a very intelligent cricketer. She can bowl those drifters, she can get the natural off-spin to turn into the right-handed batter, and the left-hander at the other end turn away from her. So in terms of the pitch, it seems to be good for batting, as well as there are some damp spots that I'm sure will dry out soon enough with the sunshine we have on display.
Yes, you can see the umpire just asking her to remove that elbow band because of the color there. And understandably so. See Samara Ramnath. And that's a loud appeal, first delivery. Very, very interesting there. That ball probably a bit too high.
I think height might be the only factor in question, because that ball pitched in line definitely seemed to be hitting in line, so probably just hitting the batter a bit too high on that occasion, but a great start.
And this is wonderful. And I was about to say before she bowled that delivery, she's one of those bowlers, new ball or old ball, she isn't afraid to give the ball a bit of flight, and that's why she has had so much of success leading into this. It's another good delivery there, but from a Jamaica's perspective, the batters, they would need to play the ball as late as possible, especially on the surface.
Yeah, I think as we already see a bit of turn with the new ball, Hamza, it just goes to show, as I was speaking about the pitch, you know, in recent times it definitely has been favoring the spinners.
And she's bowler! So a bit of redemption there from Samara Ramnath. She picks up her first wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, they have back-to-back wickets in consecutive overs.
Flying start here for Trinidad and Tobago women's under-19 team, and Samara Ramnath with an excellent delivery there Clean bowled, and the flight again deceiving the batter, trying to play a cross batter shot to the leg side. A bit too early for that, I think, at this stage. Just a second over in the innings, and you have a bowler of such quality that you are facing against. Might be better advice to just play straight and get your eye in, but it seems like the flight deceived the batter there and encouraged her to go for that aggressive shot. So unfortunately, playing against the line, and she has to leave the field. Clean bowl by Samara Ramnath. Excellent start. Maiden wicket thus far. Let's see if she can finish as the new batsman Scott enters the crease.
Yeah, I'm sure when Jamaica review this commentary, Keshav, I probably wish that they had an earpiece out there as well, because we spoke about KG Jazz Mitchell in her first over. We spoke about Samara Ramnath, the way she flights the ball. That's the pinnacle of her success. Certainly on show here.
Yes, that flight is something that is never to be underestimated in any form of cricket. I mean, sometimes we think that in T20 or T10, even in this 30 over format, that flighting might encourage batters to be more aggressive. But again, it's a temptation technique whereby you encourage those batters to play those shots, and you can use your guys and your different variations in bowling to try and work out those batsmen and get their wickets.
Another flight delivery. There's a full toss on this occasion, but Scott, as opposed to the previous batter, playing straighter. Like I say, Jamaica would want to play these deliveries as late as possible. And that's well played there in the end. So that's the end of a really good over there from Samara Ramnath.
A wicket maiden as predicted, and great start there from Samara Ramnath, following up from the pressure put on from Mitchell in her opening over with just 2 extras conceded and a breakthrough. So at the end of 2 overs, the score is 2 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. So at this stage we have triple twos here, Hamza. 2 overs gone, 2 runs, 2 wickets. Let's see if they can make it 3 and 3. Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure they'll be looking for that, while Jamaica would certainly want to negate any more wickets at this early stage and try to build a partnership.
Yeah, and with the start that they got, you would think that Trinidad and Tobago, they more than have the capability of doing so. Slip still in play. Yeah, that's really good from Trinidad and Tobago. What Jamaica would need to do, they would need to just slow things down a bit. Yes, we know it's just 2 overs bowled, but they've lost 2 wickets inside 2 overs. Never a good start from a batting perspective. All they need to do now is slow it down a bit. Look for those 1s and 2s. A lot of teams underestimate the power of those 1s and 2s when they bat.
Yeah, the power of rotating the strike.
Score is 2 for 2. We haven't had a run off the batters yet. We're in over number 3. KD Jazz Mitchell, just one of the more skillful bowlers on this under 19 setup.
Well, I think a big part of the fact that they haven't scored any quick singles yet is due to the fielding competency of Trinidad and Tobago. As we see again with that delivery, that one being played straight to the skipper, Samaru, who is certainly more than capable in that position of stopping any balls coming towards her in that direction. So it's great bowling here and great field placing as well, because even we saw a couple of the looser deliveries that were not as greatly lined as before. When the batter played the shots, it went straight to the fielder. So definitely bowling to our plan here.
That's a wide delivery on that occasion. But we can see what she's trying to do. I mentioned before, she has the ability to move that ball away from the left-hander. But because of the breeze and how strong the breeze is, I think she just needs to start off probably on that middle and off rather than that off-stump line.
Yeah, if she can start the delivery there, she would certainly be better suited in terms of getting that ball to move across.
That's a much better delivery there. Excellent from Mitchell.
That's exactly what we were looking for, Hamza. And we are into the 4th over here. The score 3 for the loss of 2 as Ramnath continues. Lovely delivery again, just outside the line of the off stump. And that one played down by Scott. Defensive shot. So not easy to get any runs off the bat here for Jamaica, as the TNT under 19 women's bowling has certainly been on point. Again, there another delivery. Bang on target from Ramnath, not giving anything away. And using that flight very smartly, bringing the batsman forward and making the batter play.
Just driven back there from Scott. A really strong push. But it's 3-dot balls now. Pressure being built up here from Ramnath. This is really good, and that's why I like the ploy from Trinidad and Tobago to have Ramnath bowling in the situation, because what she would do, she would keep that line and length steady for most parts, but she will also push through overs, get it through fast, add more pressure to the batters. Because when you're under so much pressure and you have a bowler constantly just keep delivering, delivery after delivery after delivery, it tends to get to you at some point in time.
Yes, that mental pressure will certainly build, and thus far I think she's looking for a consecutive maiden here. She got a wicket maiden in the first over and no run scored in this over already. I'm sure she'll be looking to finish strong.
Drives on the ground there, but straight to the fielder. So it's consecutive maidens, as you said, Kishav. So at the end of over number 4, the score 3 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago certainly in the driver's seat to start this competition.
Yeah, so they have started extremely strongly here, Trinidad and Tobago. And what I like in that over from Scott as well is the fact that she was playing straight, you know. So again, there's no need to rush at this stage. We still have a lot of overs inside. The batters can take their time to just get their eye in and respect good bowling where good bowling is on show. And granted, Ramnath really didn't give anything away. Mitchell hasn't given anything away either, just apart from a couple of deliveries that were signal wide. Everything else has been bang on target in terms of either bringing the batter forward and deceiving the batter with that movement away, or just encouraging them to play and just play defensively at the same time. That's another good delivery there from Mitchell. And that one again played out to the skipper Samaru. I think at least 5 or 6 deliveries in a spell thus far have went in a similar vein, as in just being played and pushed gently into that offside region where the skipper is waiting. I'm sure maybe if she can try a little mix up here, maybe a slower one, she can get one to just pop in the air for a simple catch.
Well, that's a beauty there from Katie Jazz Mitchell. Well, I can tell you, talk about change of Mitchell, she has a lot of variations, but she's sticking to that line and length just outside the off stop. It's working so far for her, but she has a really good off cutter as well. Talk about variation there.
And we see that slow delivery already coming into play. So the good thing is that this is her 3rd over, Mitchell, and she has only been bowling to left-handed batters thus far. The right-handed Scott has not faced a delivery from Mitchell as yet, and I would love to see how she would go about, you know, mixing up her line and length when she has to bowl to the right-hander, because thus far we've seen this dedicated effort to just get that ball moving away from the left-hander, and it's working.
So good push there. They call for one. Quick single in the end. And she rushed straight into the umpire. Just kind of lost eyesight there for a moment, Kishav.
Yeah, that one seems as if she was running with her head down, but thankfully no injuries there, and the umpire was able to let her know where the crease was. So that is in fact the first run scored off the bat, Hamza. So definitely it would be relief for the Jamaica team as they look to build a partnership here and try to get a decent target on the board. Having lost 2 early wickets is never easy, but that doesn't mean the game is over. Cricket is a game that's extremely volatile and anything can happen, so take nothing away from Jamaica. I'm sure they'll be looking to rebuild and come with a strong performance here.
And that's a beautiful shot there against the run of play. Excellent from Scott. You asked what the intention would be. She certainly showed us here. First boundary, first runs off the bat for Scott as well.
And just as I was speaking about it, Hamza, this was the first delivery that Katie Jazz has bowled to a right-hander in this innings thus far. And we have seen that length and that line moving away from the left-hander. It seems as if she was bowling that same line and length to the right-hander, and that one just becoming a half volley into the pad. So allowing Scott to just free her levers and execute that shot over the leg side region down to cow corner for a lovely boundary.
And that's another good shot there. A poor delivery, short on leg side. Scott just helping herself. That's back-to-back boundaries.
And that's a great shot there from Scott, and you can see that swivel. She just waited for the ball. It seems as if she was anticipating it to come towards the leg side and just helping it, as you said, and getting another boundary. So consecutive boundaries to end that over from Mitchell, and the only 2 deliveries she bowled to the right-handed Scott went for 2 fours. So I think in the previous over when Scott faced up to Ramnath, she used that time to just middle the ball, play straight and get her eye in, and now we have seen already her aggressive intent. So good over there for Jamaica, getting some runs on the board. 9 runs conceded in fact in that over, and I'm sure Ramnath here will be looking to curtail the scoring and get another tight over, as she has 2 maidens already thus far. At the end of 5 overs, the score 12 for 2, and Ramnath would be bowling her 3rd over. She's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, and similarly as Mitchell was only bowling to a left-hander, Ramnath was only bowling to right-handers. So now it's going to be interesting to see how the left-handed Mackenzie would face up to Samara Ramnath with that bit of flight and turn she has been getting already in these opening overs.
I would have loved to see Katie Jazz Mitchell go from around the wicket and try to angle that ball away from the right hander. Probably use that drift, that natural drift if you want to call it, to come back in. That's well played there from Mackenzie. They go through for an easy single. And with that natural drift, it'll actually cause her not to be playing on the offside rather than the onside if her radar was correct. But we'll see if she comes in for the next over, if she'll go around the wicket.
Yes, well, I think she has already bowled 3 on the trot and 30 over affair, so 6 overs per bowler. Not sure if the skipper would be keeping some of her overs for the end or she would push through. But this is an interesting matchup here as the aggressive Scott faces up to Ramnath. Great feeling there by the bowler, picking that one up cleanly and not allowing any chance for a run. So that single previously scored would have been the first run scored off Ramnath into the 3rd over, 2 maidens previously.
Was trying a slug sweep there. We wait on the signal from the umpire. Leg buys. So Jamaica, they're building a little bit of a partnership here at the moment. 13 runs so far. 12 runs. Partnership, 12 runs. So 26 deliveries. Some faster delivery there from Samara Ramnath, just showing what she's capable of. Good take there from Chanel Sow, the wicket keeper.
A lot of bonks on offer there, Hamza. I must say I was a bit surprised by the leap that that ball took after it pitched and beat the outside edge of the bat.
That's what made the take so much greater in the end from the wicket keeper. Samara again just keeping things really steady here. So Final delivery now over number 6. She'll have to rebowl that.
Into the 6th over, the score 15 for 2. Ramnath would want to finish strong here.
That's another wide delivery, but it'll be expensive this time. It should go back for 2, so it's going to be 3 wides in the end.
Just easing a bit of the pressure there, Trinidad and Tobago in the last couple of overs, with 2 boundaries in the previous over from Mitchell, and then this over a couple extras from Ramnath just down the leg side. I think the difficulty, as I noted before, she was bowling to right-handed batters, and now she has to bowl to the left-handed batter, Mackenzie, so struggling a bit with the line. That's much better there from Ramnath, just on the line of the stumps and encouraging Mackenzie to play at the ball, use the pitch to your advantage, see if you can get some turn and some purchase off of it to deceive the batter. So at the end of 6 overs, the score 18 for the loss of 2 wickets, run rate of 3 and over, and definitely those last 2 overs have certainly improved the scorecard for Jamaica, Hamza, as we know that previously the score was 2 for 2 at a point, but again, as you rightfully noted, take nothing away from the game of cricket. 2 for 2 can just show you the game at that point in time. These batters have shown that they have the ability to score. Scott with her aggressive intent, and Mackenzie just looking to milk the ball around and, you know, basically just get those 1s and 2s. So it looks like Katie Jazz is going to continue with the 4th over on the trot, and it's going to be interesting here to see what she would do against Scott, given that the last 2 deliveries she bowled against her went for 4s on the leg side.
Yeah, it's no surprise that she's continuing here. She usually bowls 4 to 5 overs on the trot and comes back in the end for that 1 or 2 that she has remaining. The thing is that Katie Jazz Mitchell, she picks up so much wickets earlier on in the spell, so they keep her on to try and maximize those wicket-taking deliveries. Scott looks like she's just gearing up to go big there again.
Again, that one looking to heave to the leg side. We can just see the skipper signaling a field change. I think she's sending that fielder from deep mid-wicket just a bit to her left, more so in a cow corner position, because that's where Scott seems to be swinging towards.
It's a good delivery there. I would still like to see her try a couple deliveries from around the wicket to get that angle in and still bring back a slip and play.
That would be interesting, and most times you don't really see the pace bowler coming around the wicket to a right-handed batter, but again, because of the breeze we have on offer here at Gilbert Park in California, Trinidad, it's definitely an interesting ploy to try.
That's a good delivery. Scott building up a bit of pressure on herself there, if you ask me, because she's looking to go everything on that leg side. If she keeps her base strong and probably just punches it through the offside, if she can pace that gap, I'm sure that's a lot of runs they're going to be getting on that vacant area on the offside.
Well, she does seem like she has the ability to play straight, so I think it's just a matter of whether she has picked this bowler to attack.
Talk about playing straight there.
A nice looking on drive there, straight to the fielder for no run, but that's the idea I think she would want to employ. If it's not there to hit on a leg side, no need to force it. You know, again, it's early days into the 7th over here. The score 19 for 2, and really and truly, as we see a shot of the supporters here, it's great to see all of the family and friends coming out to support women's cricket in Trinidad and Tobago and the region.
There's a full toss there on leg side. There's protection on the boundary. When you get 1 in the end, see, but what it does, it's only 1, but it takes away all the pressure that's been built up throughout the over as well. Scott, I'm sure she'll think that she missed out on that.
Yeah, definitely Scott will be ruining that opportunity. But again, good field placement by the captain from Trinidad and Tobago, because we saw from the start of this over she placed two fielders on the leg side where the previous boundaries went in Mitchell's last over. So on both occasions, just getting singles instead of getting anything to the boundary.
Another dot delivery there to end over number 7. So at the end of the 7th over, the score now 19 for 2.
So a good comeback over there from Mitchell, having conceded 9 in her previous over, just 1 in that over. So again, Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to continue that pressure and just keep building. 7 overs gone thus far, and we've already seen medium pace to open with off spin from the other end, as we see the Trinidad and Tobago flag flying proudly in the breeze here.
I'm sure these players out there will be loving these conditions. It's not hot at all by any means compared to the weather we've had these last couple of days. Temperatures reaching some 34 degrees here in Trinidad. But today it's cool weather out there, lots of breeze.
And the fact that we just have a bit of shade coming around, I'm sure it'll be an ease from the initial heat that we have, as we see a bowling change going to take effect here. It's the skipper Shalini Samaru coming into the attack. A very experienced player as well from Bark Point, Trinidad and Tobago. Made her debut for Trinidad and Tobago under 19 in 2019, and also made her debut for West Indies under 19 in 2022. In fact, she was the MVP and the best bowler of the 2022 regional tournament, and she was the vice captain at the inaugural ICC under 19 Women's World Cup in South Africa.
That's just mashed over ahead. One going to the boundary, but they'll go back for 2. Scott greeting her with no respect there at all, Kishab.
Well, I was now going to say, I think Scott was listening to us on air, because it seems as if she had a point to prove that despite all of the accolades I've just listed for Shadi Sabaru, the first shot from Scott was definitely aggressive to show her that she has no problem in trying to hit the ball over the infield and to basically take advantage of this off spin. Right-handed batter Scott, so the ball will be going into her and she'll be looking to go to her favored leg side as much as possible.
Yeah, just trying to off-settle the skipper immediately. The ball just short of a length, and you spoke about the bounce earlier, pretty evident over there. But I like this approach from Scott. She's looking to be aggressive. They're 21 for 2. They're in over number 9. But remember, they lost consecutive wickets off consecutive overs, so it's much more like a rebuilding stage here for this partnership. She's looking to be aggressive, and with one player having that mindset to go after the bowling, I think that's brilliant there, because of the fact, remember, it's just 30 overs, but 30 overs, Kishab, is a lot of time still.
Yeah, definitely is a lot of time, so they'd just be advised to take their time and settle in.
That's a full toss, that's swept away really high in the air. We'll wait on the signal there. It goes all the way for 6. So Scott, she has made her intentions clear.
I think she's already settled in, Hamza, because from the looks of that shot, that one certainly came off the middle of the bat. And despite the fielder being placed out there, looks like Maria Lafoucauld on the boundary. That ball seems to be going straight towards her, but unfortunately went over her head, as the connection off the bat from Scott was powerful indeed. And that one, full toss from Samaru, in fairness, getting the treatment that it deserved from Scott. So again, showing her aggressive intent and her capabilities to hit that ball cleanly on the leg side.
And again, that bounce there. Just something to note though. It was like everything was perfect for that shot. Full toss on the leg side. She timed it well. And ironically enough, the breeze actually stopped blowing for those couple of deliveries. So it allowed the ball to just travel against the wind, if you want to call it that, into the boundary for 6.
Yes, it's sometimes, you know, the conditions can play mind games with you, even whether you realize it or not.
Just looking for a little death touch there. What Scott needs to be mindful again, and I don't think she's quite ready to that, is the amount of bonks that is on offer in the surface.
Yes, that bonk certainly given us some difficulty on a couple occasions in this over thus far. And Lena Scott showing all of her experience to just play it safely.
So I think that's a good end to the over from both from Scott and Samaru. So 8 runs off that Shalini Samaru over. At the end of over number 8, the score now 27 for 2.
So the score progressing nicely compared to where it started in the initial stages with a couple maidens from Samara Ramnath and tight overs from Mitchell. It seems to have been accelerating over these last couple of overs here, and Scott certainly taking advantage of anything that has been on offer, whether it's in the gap to be hit or not. She's playing aggressively and has shown that she is ready to get the runs flowing. Of course, Lena Scott, a member of that West Indies Women Under 19 team that took part in the World Cup as well, so I'm sure she'd be familiar with a lot of her Trinidad and Tobago compatriots who would have been on that squad as well, the likes of Katie Jazz Mitchell, Janaba Joseph, who's in fact still with the West Indies women's senior team in that series against Ireland at this stage, and Shalini Samaru, who she just faced. So the thing is, Scott is familiar with Samaru. It's not the first time she has faced her, and she showed her that from ball one that she's already comfortable in playing the game.
So we have a bit of a bowling change here. It's going to be Zakia Harilal. Going to be bowling from that road end. And you see, that's the thing about these Trinidad and Tobago spinners. They're a bunch that just isn't afraid to fly the ball, as we see there. Mackenzie, she's on the sidelines. We hope that she's okay. She's probably calling for a change of gloves or so. She's looking really fatigued. She's actually getting... Looks like she's probably just getting some...
Looks like some medication. Could probably just be a bit of a upset stomach or something to that extent, but it's good to see that she has the medical support she needs. A lot of the support staff here already rushing to give her attention. So it looks like Mackenzie is going to be all right. I think that was a bit of Pepto-Bismol, it looks like. So could be just one of those antacids used for a bit of indigestion. So let's hope that young Mackenzie will be okay to continue here. She has been putting in a good shift thus far, batting through some of the difficult bowling from Trinidad and Tobago and watching a partner on the other end, Scott, play aggressively. So no need for Mackenzie to really play aggressive as well, but she can also just look to rotate the strike, get the ones and twos. As you know that the Trinidad team also just had a bit of water during that break, and just some advice being rendered from the 12th and 13 players when they ran out onto the field. So with this bowling change, Hamza, what do you think the ploy is going to be? Are they going to try to keep Scott off the strike and attack Mackenzie and see if they get a wicket on that end?
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, you'll want to pick up a wicket as well. So having her on strike is not actually the worst of ploys once you can get your bowling correct with your field. As we see, Zakia Harilal. Harilal, she's one of those bowlers that comes in and has kind of skipping her run up, so we'll see if she corrects that. There's something that she was working on, or what this allows her to do. She actually floats the ball a lot for a medium pacer.
And looks like a no ball has been signaled on the first delivery here. Just confirming that the umpire with his hand outstretched, and a free hit also being signaled. So it was a good delivery in terms of the line and length, but unfortunately overstepping. So a free hit signal on this occasion, and a chance for Mackenzie to just release the shackles a bit.
So Zakia, she still hasn't bowled that legal delivery as yet, just having a bit of problems with her run up. So here we go, free hit on now for Mackenzie, and that's a good strike there. Ball reach about 3/4 way. They go back for 2 in the end, but just as that little break took place, Mackenzie, she wasn't looking too good, to be honest, Kishav.
Yeah, she didn't look like she was feeling too well, but hopefully she'll be alright. And from the looks of that shot, she's ready to get on with things. I mean, granted it was a free hit, so by all means she can play aggressively there. But let's see how she will continue with the rest of this over. And that's another no ball being signaled by the umpire there. So I think it's also probably a bit of nerves at play here, you know, with a big opportunity for the young medium pacer to get her chance at this stage. Just has to settle down a bit and just bear in mind her run up, you know. It's good to see that a lot of her fellow players are just speaking to her, giving some words of encouragement, and there's a lot of that going on around the field. So she definitely has support from her teammates and from all of the supporters on hand here.
That's another good shot. They're finding the gap, but they'll slow up on this outfield here. When they go back for 2, they go back pretty comfortably in the end. The outfield, remember you had a lot of rain in these parts of Trinidad these past couple of days, so the outfield really heavy here still.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think she didn't time that ball as well as she would have liked, because good looking shot but not getting it off the middle of the bat. Otherwise it probably would have sped away down the slope at the Gilbert Park here to the boundary, and in that case just getting 2 runs instead.
Well played there.
Another no ball being signaled here. So that's the 3rd no ball being signaled in this over. 3rd free hit as well. And seems to be struggling a bit with her run up here. Just seeing her being embraced by a fielder. Looks like Lafouquet just giving us some words of advice. Just has to take her time here and concentrate.
I think that's hitting the bottom of the bat. So the over so far, we had no ball 2, no ball 2, now no ball 1.
And the strange thing is, Hamza, when she has bowled a free hit, she has bowled it in a legal sense, because she has not overstepped on the free hit. Otherwise the no ball would have been signaled there again. So it's probably just a bit of a situation where she just has to remain calm and just focus on bowling those deliveries with a usual run up, stepping behind the line or getting something on that line so that another no ball isn't signaled. With the aggressive Scott on strike here, I'm sure she wouldn't want to give any free hits away, so we'd be minded to just keep something behind that line and let the rest of this over be legal deliveries. Slight change to the field there from Vice Captain Sau, wicketkeeper at the last stage, so just resetting for this delivery. And again, she's just pulling out of the run-up. Nothing wrong with that. If she was not certain that she would have bowled a legal delivery after 3 no balls, it's totally understandable if she would pull out of the run-up there if she doesn't feel as confident to release at that stage. That one is a fuller line delivery and hoisted away from Scott over the head of the mid-on fielder. They get 1, look for 2, but don't get it back as the throw comes in. So again, the aggressive intent shown from Scott there, but thankfully for the bowler, legal delivery and not another no ball being signaled. Another no ball being signaled here, and that's the 4th one in this over thus far. All of those no balls being front foot no balls, just to note, none of them have been over the waist of the batter. So another free hit being signaled there, and I think they definitely need to probably explore a change in the bowling option once she gets through with this over, because it doesn't seem to be as if she is getting through with that run up. That one hoisted away on the leg side. The catch taken by the fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary, but unfortunately it being a free hit, so a run scored instead of a wicket being taken. But good applause and support from the fielders as well as the fans in the stand to show the appreciation for that good catch being taken there. So Harry Lal just would want to finish this over with legal deliveries and not concede any more extras. That's much better there. And the over comes to an end. So thankfully that over has finished in terms of not conceding any more extras, and on the positive side, no boundaries were really scored either. So Zakia Harilal there, still a young cricketer, 15 years of age, so has a lot to go in this game, and I'm sure she will be looking to improve continuously after that stage. So 11 runs conceded in that over, and after 9 overs, the score 38 for the loss of 2 wickets, as we saw the umpire just signaling the end of the power play. And we take a look at some of the supporters in the upper tier of the stands here at Gilbert Park, California. Certainly great to see a lot of the fans coming out, family members, friends and so on, as well as a lot of the ground staff and people from around the area. As we know, this part of Trinidad and Tobago is located near the Point Lisas Industrial Estate. So essentially it's a business hub, and anyone driving past, anyone who is, you know, around the area would certainly stop to take in a cricket at this lovely venue, as we have a great competition on show here with Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women taking on Jamaica under 19 women team. And the skipper Shalini Samaru is going to continue with a second over here against the left-handed Mackenzie. So nice flight on that delivery there from Samaru. Just taking the outer edge off the bat of Mackenzie and going to that fielder. A short third man, so thankfully no run added to the score. Samaru was attacked by Scott in her previous over, so I'm sure she'll want to come back strong here and keep this one tight, build some pressure. That's a beautiful delivery. Flight, turn and bounce. Essentially what an off spinner would want to do at any stage of the game, but a lovely delivery there from Samaru to deceive Mackenzie. That one just tucked away into the leg side for a single. Played with soft hands by Mackenzie. And she'd want Scott to come on strike. Scott has been playing aggressively. The right-handed Lena Scott, wicketkeeper for the Jamaica team, member of the first West Indies Women's Under-19s team as well, that went to South Africa for that World Cup earlier in this year. So both players would know each other very well, Scott and Samaru, being part of that team and part of the regional setup. See a bit of a more defensive feel. Stifled appeal there for LBW. That one, Scott coming a pretty good stretch forward, so difficult to get an LBW decision at that stage, but good ploy from Samaru, not putting anything too full up to Scott to allow her to play freely and just bringing that one back up a length. Another good delivery there from Samaru, using all of her variations. That one a bit wider than the previous delivery, so Scott, as you can see, attempted to play that one aggressively and maybe was looking over extra cover, but thankfully the turn and bounce again deceiving and going through to the keeper Sao. That one a bit too much flight on that occasion, so allowing Scott to come forward and drive it cleanly down to the fielder long off. So a single added to the score, and that's a tight over there from Samaru. So at the end of the 10th over, the score 40 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Jamaica would certainly be pleased with the score after 10 overs given the initial start they had, losing 2 early wickets. The score 40 now, definitely a healthy run rate of 4 runs are over and no more wickets added to that column, so it's a positive situation here for Jamaica. Take a look at that roundabout there where we have a lot of cars that are passing up and down and observing the cricket on the side. So we're going to see another bowling change here. Looks like Kira Manpal is going to take up the attack, replacing Zakia Harilal after that 1 over she bowled. Just a bit of too much no balls in that over, too many extras conceded, so a good decision here from the captain to just change it up a little bit and bring Manpal into the attack at this stage. Good start there from Manpal. That one just defended from Scott. Another good delivery there from Manpal. Bringing Scott forward. Playing defensively. Probably just watching as well as we see that strong wind again blowing across the ground. So Kira Manpal, originated from Gasparillo in Trinidad and Tobago, debuted for the TNT Under-19 team in 2019. That one striking Scott on the pad, but seems to have been going down the leg, and good appeal there from the fielders, but umpire not interested. So good start to the over thus far from Kira Manpal. 3 dot deliveries there to score 39 for 2 after 10.3. That one hoisted away on the leg side from Scott, but thankfully there's protection on the boundary and the batters restricted just to 1 run.
Yeah, it's going on 40 for 2. We're into over number 11 here. Partnership really growing nicely. Partnership 38 and 50 deliveries.
And that one hoisted away on the leg side there from Mackenzie. Haven't really seen much aggression from her, but a good looking shot there, and they come back for 2. Playing that one to the vacant part of the field on the leg side, and easy runs.
Yeah, even from that shot there from Mackenzie, she's playing very conservative so far. She more likely just dab that rather than go for the big shot. I think as she gains the experience and gets into her game, those shots she'll be able to learn how to maneuver and actually put those bad balls away too sharp. But I think it's really good that she's out there still. She's on 11 of 30 deliveries so far. But when you think about the type of innings that was needed after the loss of those 2 wickets, they're currently 42 for 2 after 11 overs. One would think that's a brilliant rebuild to this innings.
Yes, well, the thing is, she had to play that role of essentially just being cautious. And the good thing is that when Lena Scott came to the crease, from her first over, she was already aggressive and scoring boundaries. So that sort of took a bit of pressure away from Mackenzie and allowed her to play that natural game and just look to rotate the strike and continue to stay at the crease, because as they always say, the more time you occupy at the crease is better for any batter. You start to see the ball bigger, you start to be able to work the ball around in the different gaps easier, and it just makes batting more naturally with the flow. So Samaru here to continue. That one again getting some turn and bounce into Scott. A few deliveries have pitched in that area and she has not been comfortable with any of them. I'm wondering, I know it's a limited version, Hamza, but I would love to see a bat pad put in place there, because a couple occasions she has fended that ball in the air just on that leg side region.
Yeah, and I think that would be brilliant, because sometimes you usually hear they say stick to the basics. When you think about it in this occasion, it's more about sticking to the basics, one, but playing with the conditions as well. If you have the conditions on your side, why don't you use it?
Exactly. That one just driven away to that leg side. Good throw there from Ramnath, but not backed up as cleanly as Trinidad Tobago would have liked. Katie Jazz just taking a tumble there as that one passed both keeper Sau and the slip fielder Mitchell. So they come back for an extra run with the overthrow. And not the tidiest of work there, but good effort nonetheless by the batters to come back for those 2 runs. I think, as you were saying, Hamza, just looking at the conditions, and again bearing in mind that it's a right-handed off spinner to a right-handed batter, can probably take that slip out of the equation and change that slip to the bat pad and try to angle that ball where Scott has shown a bit of weakness thus far.
However, from Scott's perspective though, because of that ball getting that bounce, I would love to see her just slightly open her stance as well to go with the shot rather than be crammed playing straight.
The one a bit shorter there from Samaru. Sponge into the offside. Slight misfield, but thankfully no extra run conceded.
You know, one would think that it's probably taking a risk if she does that. But when you look at the situation of the game now, she more than likely will be the batter to go after it.
Another good stop in the field there. That ball just kicking off the surface and reaching almost head high there, but good stuff from Harilal, and that brings a tight over from Samaruta, and then just 2 runs conceded in that over, and at the end of 12 overs the score 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. Current run rate 3.72. Lena Scott certainly the lead batter for Jamaica at this stage. As we see the bowling scorecard, Katie Jazz Mitchell 4 overs 1 for 13, Samara Ramnath 3 overs 1 for 5, and we know the amount of dots that we saw previously there, 20 dots from Katie Jazz Mitchell as well as from Ramnath in her 3 overs. Almost 75% of her deliveries were dots as she started with 2 maidens. So this score, Hamza, certainly shows that Jamaica is doing well, given the fact that they started off very conservatively. I think after 4 overs the score was around 2 for 3. 3 for 2, sorry, if I'm not mistaken. So to reach at this stage 44 for 2 has been a great effort by Jamaica in rebuilding this innings.
Yeah, not just 3 for 2, those 3 runs with 3 wides as well. First run came off the bat in over number 5 from Mackenzie, and it was that same over that Scott played those 2 shots, those 2 aggressive shots that went to the boundary. And after she played those 2 strokes, you felt as though that she was a woman on a mission. Then from since then she's tried to take the bowling apart. Hasn't really worked from a lot of deliveries, but the most important thing is that she's still out there battling for Jamaica. And from a Jamaica's perspective, they would want her to stay straight until the end.
And the thing is, I like the approach from Scott, because even though she has not played in the same aggressive fashion for every delivery, she's batting sensibly.
That's been the highlight of the innings there for Krishana Mackenzie. She's played a lot of lovely cover drives, but all has gone straight to fielders.
And if you take a look at the field, Hamza, there's a big gap between that fielder at short cover and the fielder at point. I think it's similar again. We see that fielder from short cover I think that's the third occasion that a ball has gone to her, and even from previous deliveries that Mackenzie has faced when Katie Jazz Mitchell was bowling, she was very strong in that offside region, but as you rightfully noted, not able to just find the gap or maneuver that ball to the left or right of the fielder and allow for a single.
So much slower there, but that ball clearly going down the leg side.
And not the most excited appeal from the fielders. I think that they knew that that ball was going down leg side, but still gave a shout anyway.
So 5-dot delivery so far in this over. And make that 6. Another maiden over for Trinidad and Tobago at the end of over number 13. The score now 44 for 2. It's pretty much an even match game if you want to call it, Kishab.
Yeah, definitely. I think the game can go either way at this stage. We know that in the first part of the power play, Trinidad and Tobago certainly had the upper hand, and Jamaica has fought back well, and they seem to be pretty comfortable at the crease. We haven't really seen much deliveries that have troubled the batter, apart from a couple deliveries that Samaru bowled, which deceived the bat of both Scott and Mackenzie. So apart from that, the medium pacers have been very consistent with their line and length. Apart from that one over from Harry Lal with a few extras, it's definitely been a good bit of consistency from the media pacers, and we see there's going to be a bowling.
Yeah, Jessica.
A lot of flight on that delivery. That one swept away nicely down to that fielder at deep square leg, and a good return restricts the batters to just one.
So just some interesting fact here from Jessica Roscoe. She was actually a wicket keeper who took the most wickets as a leg spinner as well in the 2019 season. Really talented individual. And if you can have somebody of that caliber in your team, must say it's a plus.
Yeah, I recall previously, earlier in this year, when Trinidad and Tobago hosted the Women's Under-19 Tri-Series between Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and the Windward Islands. Jessica Roscoe, that was, in fact, I think, the first time I saw her practice the leg spin, because I think they said she also used to bowl medium pace, Hamza. So definitely a player that can do everything. And now she is trying to trade with the leg spin. That one hoisted away to the leg side. It goes over the head of the fielder and drops just in the boundary rope. I think she misjudged that one there, because if she was standing on the boundary, it would have come straight down her throat there. Brianna Haricharan, unfortunately that ball just dropping over her head, and thankfully it did not go for 4 Hamza. That ball literally dropped and just stayed in one spot.
Yes,
Good work indeed, and brings a tight over. Good work indeed, and brings a tight over. A good start there from Jessica Roscoe. Fortunately did not get that wicket that she would have anticipated when that ball skied up and went to the field on the boundary, but good start nonetheless from the leg spinner. And I'm sure if she continues to bowl in that manner, there will be more opportunities for wickets, because the thing with leg spin bowlers, as we know, batters always like to attack them, and it gives you that extra opportunity to get wickets, because it can either, it's a love-hate relationship, Hamza, with leg spinners, where they either go for a lot of runs or they get a lot of wickets.
Yeah, I think a lot of batters on the whole, they just underestimate those leg spin deliveries more so. If you really look at the amount of wicket taking deliveries, it's more of that dipping Yorker, the dipping full toss, I should say, if you want to call it that. They will tell you they intentionally bowled that. Just trying to sweep up, but it's because of the action and the way that wrist movement is, it automatically gets the ball to dip after a certain length, if you want to call it that. But I can tell you though, there are leg spinners who purposely bowl it.
That's a definitely hard technique to master, but those who have mastered it, kudos to them. That's a good delivery there from Manpaul. Better lined after that first one was angled down the leg side. But I mean, I can speak from my experience as a off spinner, or as they like to say in modern times, a finger spinner, because there are subtle variations where you can use your flight, use the crease, use different techniques to deceive the batter. That one fuller length there, and hoisted away on the leg side just for a single, not getting the connection she would have liked there, Scott. And just seeing her mirroring the shot she would have liked to play, which is to play straight instead of playing across. So it just shows you that Scott is thinking continuously. Every ball she has played, she's just talking to herself and reminding herself what it is she ought to have been doing if she's not satisfied with what she did previously.
She's on 25 of 46. Mackenzie's on 12 of 38. They've definitely been out there. Been out there since over number 2.
See the umpire just signaling to Mackenzie there to fix something with one of her straps on the pad.
You know, when you see things like that, must say kudos to the umpires, because those simple things can make, if that pad shifter, you could easily slip and fall.
But I must say he's been very observant. This is the same umpire that called all of the no balls previously. So definitely has his eye on here. And again we see that delivery just being played into the offside. So one of the things that Mackenzie can probably look forward to in the future in terms of working on her game is just playing that ball probably with soft hands. Because I think if she can just play that ball with soft hands and has that understanding with the non-striker, they can easily convert those dot balls into singles.
Again, a ball that's probably drifting down a bit. But in a situation like this, we have a mid-on and mid-off. Even if there was a long on, long off, but rather than soft hands, a push could have easily picked up one, if not a couple runs as well.
Yeah, because most of the deliveries, in fact, from Manpaul seems to be close to that half body length, not just on or about to allow the batter to hit freely, because the pace of the ball as well, as you can see, just slows up before it reaches to the batter. So it's a very tempting delivery, Hamza, for the batters to try and take advantage of. But unfortunately for Jamaica, not capitalizing there. And the score at the end of 15 overs, 49 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So we're at the halfway stage here. We'll take a very, very short water break and we'll be right back for more coverage at the Gilwood Recreation Park.
Welcome back here to Gilbert Park Recreation Ground in California, Cuba, as we resume after the drinks break here in this very exciting matchup between Trinidad and Tobago women's under-19 team against Jamaica women's under-19 team in the West Indies Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship. We have had a good start thus far. The score 49 for the loss of 2 after 15 overs, and Jessica Roscoe will continue the attack.
High in the air, out the mid wicket, looks like it crosses the boundary. That's another 6 for Lena Scott. She's really turning up the tempo here. Now she's on 31 of 47. It was hard going for the Jamaica batters to start things off. They lost 2 quick wickets in consecutive overs, but since then it's a bit of a rebuilding partnership between these two. Partnership so far 53. Excellent from Lena Scott and Mackenzie. That's short and that's hoiked away into that vacant cow corner region, if you want to call it that. And they go back to thinking of 2. I think they should have gone for 2.
I definitely agree. I think they should have hustled for 2 there, because Lena Scott has certainly shown that she's ready to take the attack to Jessica Orozco, and we have seen that Mackenzie hasn't been the most aggressive or able to rotate the strike as easily. Apart from not scoring boundaries, she hasn't been able to get those 1s and 2s. So I think Scott should have pushed for 2 there to regain the strike against the left spinner Orozco.
What Mackenzie has done, her base is really solid. She's driving, she's pushing, but she's not 100% by any means out there as well. And that's a wide delivery. So I'm not sure if that's hampering her. And that'll be the only case. She's on 12 of 42. And when you think about it, having some 30 dot deliveries, transfer that across, that's 5 maiden overs.
Yeah, definitely. I know that at the start it was a bit difficult for the batters, so take nothing away from the fact that it was difficult. We see another wide delivery there from Jessica Roscoe. The tough thing is, as a leg spinner, when you get attacked like that on your first couple deliveries of the over, it can really just change your momentum and your morale, and that can affect your line and length. So I think she just has to shrug those deliveries off. They've already gone, and look to continue in the vein that she started the first over with.
Around the wicket, no, that's another wide. It's 3 consecutive wides there from Jessica Roscoe.
Good take there from keeper Sao. Having to go to the left.
There from Mackenzie, because unlike Scott, she came forward rather than just stay in that in-between stance and allow the ball to bounce. So good anticipation there. That's another wide, so that's the 4th wide of the over so far. Again, she's coming back from over the wicket. She's conceded 11 runs so far, 6-1 and 4 wides. With a dot ball in between that as well. And that's the bounce again there from Orozco.
That's the sort of delivery she would want to repeat there, Hamza. I know in fact that she was also working on the googly as well, and seems to be as if something that she needs to keep in her arsenal to just have that bit of variation.
Yeah, Umpire signaling the ball bounced twice before it reached the bat. No ball given. And that's a free hit there, but she misses that completely. Looking for the big hit.
That was excellent glove work there by Chanel Zhao. I mean, granted, it looked like she was out from our view, but granted, again, it was a free hit, so excitement quickly abated.
Just happy to negotiate that there. Scott wanted a single, but they've got 13 runs in the over so far. So quite wisely deciding no, but I think that's probably the best decision and leave Scott outside to start with this new over number 17.
Yes, and at the end of 16 overs, the score 61 for the loss of 2. Lena Scott still there on 32 from 48. Krishana McKenzie on 12 from 47. And it's really looking to be a decent total here from Jamaica. If they can get up, I think with 30 overs, 150 would be an excellent score. Just to keep that 5 runs over score to mark. The projected score at this stage, 1-1-4. But granted, if this pair can continue and Scott can stay there to the end with her aggressive nature, I'm sure they'll be looking to carry that target over that 120-130 mark.
If they could get like 4 runs, I'll just say about 40 runs in the next 9 overs or so, carry that run. Score to 100 in the last 5 overs, probably capitalize between 8 runs per over. Reach up to that 140 mark. Scott can remain there, it's certainly possible. And she's tried, yes, that she'll definitely rue the fact that she missed out on a beautiful toss. That full toss came in extremely good.
And that's exactly the sort of delivery that she would have wanted to hit over the ropes there. We have already seen that she's been playing those shots on the leg side very convincingly, and that one angling into the pads, full delivery, so missing out there was Scott.
Stopped away there, no run given, good work by that fielder, short fine leg. Side. So feel that point boundary. Very interesting feel they have in that field on the point boundary shot. Looking to pull that away and just missing out. I think all she has to do is just wait a second because those deliveries from Manpole are coming in extremely slow.
I was now going to say the pace of Manpole is certainly deceiving the batters out there, because even from previous deliveries, balls that you would think might be coming towards you as a full toss or a half volley, in fact, are just slowing up before it reaches the batter. And that one again, it seemed to be started as a full toss, signal as a wide, but it pitched just before and past the batter. That fielder outside on deep point, I think there must be a reason in the captain's mind, probably a sort of ploy from the captain, knowing Scott and having played against her on several occasions, because none of the deliveries have really gone in that region previously.
Just come a bit for room there, but I'm not sure if Trinidad and Tobago they notice this, that anything that's just short of a length to Scott, she's having a lot of problems facing that indifferent length. Just guided away nicely. They go through for a single. I was about to say as well, from a Jamaica's perspective, they would hope that Scott could keep most of the strike. She's done it for this over successfully. However, she's only managed 1 run. So even though she's keeping the strike, they'll still want that scoreboard ticking. Hence the reason they'll want her on strike.
Yes, and on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago would certainly want to get a breakthrough at this stage.
Quite happy to just leave that go. So it's definitely the ploy from Jamaica to have Lena Scott face most of the deliveries as possible. She's on 33 of 53 at the end of 17 overs. Jamaica, they're 63 for 2. Weather here again, Kisha, excellent for cricket.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what's good from the bowling team's perspective is that, as we just saw in the scorecard, Samara Ramnath still has 3 overs left. Skipper Samaru has 3 overs left. Katie Jazz Mitchell has 2 overs left. So that's just on about 8 overs from the premier bowling lineup. And we have about 13 overs left in the innings. So these 5 overs are where the Trinidad and Tobago women's under 19 team would want to capitalize in terms of not giving too many runs away and having the other bowlers supplement their premier bowlers in the lineup, and to make sure to keep things tight and see if they can get a key wicket at this stage. If they can prize the wicket of Lena Scott, who has been the premier batter for Jamaica, that would be the ideal goal. But even if they can get Mackenzie out, she's on 12 from 48, so not troubling the scorers as much. But as they say, one wicket can bring 2 or 3 and just change the momentum of the game in favor of the fielding team, as the batting team thus far has negated any of the wicket opportunities since the first few overs. And we already see Ramnath being reintroduced into the attack here. 18 dot balls already in her spell, and she has bowled 19 deliveries.
But immediately from those 2 deliveries, she's bowling a lot flatter and quicker compared to when she started.
That's what I like about Ramnath's bowling, is that she's a very intelligent cricketer. So when she plays, she knows how to use the flight as well as vary the pace, vary the angles, even varying the crease in terms of sometimes bowling close to the stumps, sometimes bowling away from the stumps. That one is again a bit quicker, and Scott trying to hit that one on the leg side, but the ball rushing onto her, not allowing her to play freely.
Just to go back a bit to when Orozco was bowling, we'll continue after this delivery here from Ramnath. Again, a lot flatter. That's a good shot. They get through for 1 easy in the end. When Orozco was bowling, we mentioned the fact she has a bit of a medium pace background as well. So when she was bowling those leg breaks and wasn't getting through, I was expecting to see a couple seam up deliveries mixed in between there as well. Try going a bit flatter. Even self, if you're bowling a bit seam up, try and extract that bounce off the seam, especially bowling on this end.
Yeah, it's always good to have those varieties on hand and have a mix of bowling options in your arsenal. Unfortunately, she didn't try any of those at this stage, but I mean, you know, I think she's working on the leg spin and trying her best to continue in that vein. So by all means, nothing is wrong in trying to tough it out in these situations, because at the end of the day, as much as you can practice in the nets and before games, it's really in the game itself where the bowling matters. So if she can get that match practice and get those deliveries on hand, I'm sure she'll be definitely pleased with her attempts.
And just like that, Ramnath, she's completed another over. But as you can see, the umpires there just trying to hustle up the game. Trinidad and Tobago in their field placing to start things off. They've started off extremely slow on the field. And the umpires now is catching up with them and just trying to hustle the game.
Yeah, no, the umpires would be certainly mindful of the cutoff time after 30 overs. Can see the umpires just to the left of your screen having a bit of a conversation there. And previously they were seen just telling the skipper that you need to get things picking up a bit, as we see some of the different vehicles on hand, a lot of industrial vehicles and trucks. As we know that this area, as we mentioned previously, the Point Lisas Industrial Estate is close by. So a lot of activity going around in this part of Trinidad and Tobago, down here in Gilbert Park, California. And it's great to see again all of the fans on display. We can even see people, as we know it's getting closer to lunchtime, we can see a lot of persons coming in and looking at the cricket. So it's Manpaul to continue here. That one just flicked on the leg side for a single, played gently. So Scott rotating a strike and giving Mackenzie the strike from the second ball of the over. So what do you think, Hamza? Do you think Mackenzie is going to look for the single to again give Scott the strike, or is she going to try to play aggressive from now on and see if she can accelerate her on scoring?
I think she should just try to rotate the strike. She hasn't had the best of success in doing that. But for her, the advantage is that she's been out there for a really long time. She's trying to look aggressive on that occasion. But I think in this circumstance, Keshav, rather than do that, try to just rotate the strike a bit and give it till about over number 22, 23 around there, and then try to go all guns blazing. Because what she would do, she would have some sort of support force cut as well, rather than lose wickets. Because if wickets start to tumble from this Jamaican perspective, Scott may feel that she doesn't have that support that she could rely on when she's not on strike on the next end.
Yeah, definitely agreed. I think the one thing she probably just needs to look at is trying to convert some of those dot balls into singles at least, because as we can see here, taking the commentator's advice and playing an expansive drive, I think that's one of the better shots we have seen from Mackenzie in her innings thus far, because previously she would have played a similar type of shot, that cover drive, but played it with soft hands and just pushing it into the offside. On this occasion, that ball a bit fuller from Manpaul, and she went over the top there and was able to get 2 runs.
And that's a good shot again, but as we mentioned before, rather than trying to hit the ball to the boundary, she's just placing it, looking for those 1s and 2s. But I think that's something, as she grows into her game and the experience starts kicking in, it will actually start to affect her play.
And we looked at the current partnership there, 66 runs scored off 109 deliveries. As we note, this pair was at the crease when the score was 2 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. So certainly a great effort from them thus far. However, the most notable thing there was the contribution from Lena Scott, and in comparison to Mackenzie.
Okay, and now she sent that straight to the fielder. So you spoke about the partnership, and it's broken now. Trinidad and Tobago, they get a much needed wicket. From a Trinidad's perspective, they're going to be over the moon to see the back of Lena Scott.
That's an excellent wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago and the 19th woman, and Manpaul certainly celebrating, and rightfully so, getting that prize scalp of Lena Scott, the West Indies under 19 player and wicketkeeper for Jamaica. 35 she made from 58. An excellent innings from Scott. It must be said, she came in at a point when Jamaica was in trouble, and although she was not able to get to that half-century mark, she should certainly be very proud of her efforts, because she played a role for her team that was needed, and I'm sure she would have wanted to be there at the end, Hamza, but unfortunately holding out was in fact a good catch in the end, because that ball was hit firmly and it was hit a bit low, so the fielder there had to kind of stoop in a sense and just keep low, keep her hands open, and that ball settled in nicely. So that was a great end to the over there from Kira Manpaul, getting a wicket, and after the end of 19 overs, the score 68 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, that fielder Roberts there taking a really good look at. She's been in the circle, but she's just been brought into the circle because she's been patrolling the boundary for most of the game. The new batter, Kate Wilmot.
Kate Wilmot, as we can see there, not the best average, no strike rate.
But this is the situation where she needs to put up both hands and try now to capitalize, build up continue building an innings first of all, and get that like I see that score to about 135, 140.
And we can see here Zakia Harilal returning to the attack for a second over and a change of ends. Let's see if that helps with the no ball situation. And already a better start there from Zakia Harilal. When she started the first over from the other end, from the KFC end, as we can see that big sign, we know that she had a few no balls in that over, and apart from the no balls, it was in fact a pretty decent over because plenty of the deliveries were pitched in a good area. So I think once she corrects that issue, she would be okay. But unfortunately, a wide being signaled there, so just has to be mindful here, Harilal, not to give away any extras at this stage, having just gotten that prize wicket of Lena Scott, they wouldn't want to give any freebies away, Hamza.
No, but I think it's kudos to the Shalini Samaru and this entire support of the Trinidad and Tobago team for bringing back Harry Lal, because even though she bowled that first over and bowled some 4 no balls in that first over, the support she got from her teammates out there, it did not stop. It kept going, urging her on to keep pushing. She's bowled a couple wides out there. Same thing again. So this is really good from a team's perspective in the way that these players treat each other out there as a unit. So Harry Lal to continue now. See a much better delivery there. Even the crowd is behind her. And when you can have that support, not just on the field but off the field as well, as a player, you can feel your self-esteem not just dropping, because trust me, to bowl a over with 4 no balls in it is definitely not the best feeling out there. So to have that support behind you, you will feel some sense of relief. But as I say that, she bowls another no ball.
Commentators curse there, Hamza. As you called it, the no ball was signaled, unfortunately. But just to go on from your point there, it takes a lot of mental strength and fortitude from a cricketer to come back from any situation such as that. If you're a bowler, when you're bowling too many extras, whether it be no balls or wides, if you're getting a lot of runs conceded off for you, if batsmen are taking advantage, it's never easy to come back, but it's always important to learn.
And that's just hoiked in the air there. Go over the field at mid-off. I think she should have done a better job, made a better attempt, I should say, because that ball dropped just in front of her.
I mean, in fairness, we know that it was a free hit, so the catch wouldn't have mattered. But still, I think just taking the catch and restricting the batsman to 1 instead of 2 would have just continued to show that Trinidad and Tobago is intent on keeping the pressure on Jamaica and not letting them score freely.
It's an excellent delivery there. And it's this side again. The bounce pretty eminent from all the bowlers. And I'm sure that's something Jamaica will be observing as well.
Well, I was now going to say that's something that I'm sure the pacers for Jamaica will be looking at and relishing the opportunity when they get the new ball in their hands.
And looking for that aggressive stroke again is Mackenzie. She's on 17 of 60 now. Something really needs to give here for this innings.
Now, after having faced so many deliveries, in fact faced 10 overs of the innings, and we are seeing the last ball of the 20th over, definitely needs to get the runs going a bit more freely. And that one, she plays defensively, so not showing the intention there, having faced half of the innings. And on 17, Mackenzie, the score 73 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of 20 overs. And we enter the last 10 overs of the batting innings from Jamaica. As you can see, some of the supporters, even from outside of the field, you know, walking by and definitely keenly interested at the cricket we have on display. This is Manpaw's 6th over on the trot, so definitely a great feat from her to be bowling those 6 overs consecutively, and her figures thus far excellent. 1 wicket for 11 runs, that economy rate. 5 overs, 11, just about 2.25 per over, thereabouts.
Yeah, 2.2 runs per over. Excellent bowling from a young medium pacer. She's really kept it tight.
The deception and the pace of the ball is what has given a lot of the batters trouble, because they seem to be either playing too early or sometimes playing too late.
It's excellent again. That Yorker we were speaking about earlier on. And in that 11 runs, there was a few extras as well. So not all the runs coming off the bat. She's really troubled the batters. Kept it extremely tight. Unlucky not to have a couple more wickets. Had a couple close LBW appeals that could have gone either way. And that's a beautiful delivery there. One of her faster deliveries.
Lovely delivery at this stage of the innings, and again she's getting through her overs quickly as well. Already 3 dot deliveries in Manpaul, and she's back at her mark. And apart from her excellent bowling, just another interesting stat to note on her, she in fact has her highest Trinidad and Tobago Women's Cricket Association score as a batter of 114 not out. So most capable all-rounder here is Manpaul. And again another dot delivery there to just keep this pressure on the Jamaica batters.
Breeze has been blowing throughout the day here. Certainly offering a little assistance for the bowlers as well, coming across the ground. Just finding the outside edge there. They go for one. First runs of this over. It's the first runs for Kate Wilmot as well. So off the mark, she's on 1 of 5. But it's Krishana McKenzie who's there. She's on 17 of 61. So she's been out there for a really long time. She's been out there since over number 2. She needs to get things going now. 9 overs left after this delivery. And again, just happy to just try to see it out, but just beating the outside edge. So an excellent spell comes to an end from Kira Manpaul. 6 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Excellent.
Really a tremendous spell there from Manpaul. And despite only getting 1 wicket in a column, the pressure that she placed from all of the dot deliveries and all of the restraint that she had on the batters certainly came to the fore when she got that most important wicket off Lena Scott, who top scored for the innings thus far for Jamaica with that 35. And you can see another bowling change here. The captain Shalini Samaru is going to return to the attack, and I'm sure in the remaining 9 overs we would see the likes of Samaru, Ramnath and Jazz Mitchell. You see a lovely shot there of some of the family members of the players. Let's enjoy some snacks as we approach lunchtime in a bit. I'm sure they're just having a bit of a quick eat here before we get down to that main course, Hamza.
Yeah,
what did you bring for lunch today?
Well, I haven't had anything. I know there's food right around here as well. There's so many industrial places, there's business places, there's KFC right across the road, I should say. Just had that recently concluded KFC Cup. Excellent initiative. Cricket 360 being very integral part of that as well.
I think I was hearing our producer, Mr. Joel Phillip, stating that you were in fact getting KFC for lunch for the entire production team. So I mean, it would be good to see if that, would happen during the lunch break at some point.
I wonder if I missed that memo somewhere along the line, Mr. Phillip. There we see skipper Shalini Samari. She's back into the attack. She's bowled 3 overs, conceded 12 runs so far, going at 4 and over. This is where she thrives as a bowler. She comes to the back end of an innings and usually picks up a couple quick wickets, and that goes high in the air. It'll go over both fielders, mid on and mid off. Go back for 2 in the end. Trinidad and Tobago has opted to have those 2 fielders inside the circle for majority of the innings, apart from 2 overs where they had that long off wide when Katie Jazz Mitchell was bowling earlier on in the innings. They've opted to keep those 2 fielders inside the circle. But like I said before, Shalini Samara, she's very deceptive with the way she carries about her pace, and it allows her to pick up a lot of wickets in the back end of innings. So we'll wait and see if the same thing happens here.
Nice delivery outside the off stump there from Samaru. And as you mentioned that, we saw the change in the field as she sent back the fielder from mid-off to 3/4 position long off, just off the boundary ropes, because we have seen most of the deliveries not going straight to the boundary but in fact falling short. That one drawing the batsman forward and stifle appeal there for LBW, but definitely going down leg side. So the 2 fielders outside the circle at this point. We see Jazz Mitchell down at deep mid wicket, and we have, looks like Samara Ramnath at that long off area.
So wide delivery there. We've seen a lot of different stance from batters over this past couple of years. Very interesting from Wilmot. Look at her stance. Her arms, her gloves is below her knee roll. Very, very interesting. It's another wide delivery. I'm going to mention something on that, Kishan.
I must say it's one of the lowest stances I've seen for a while. And I mean, again, we know many batters have their own unique techniques, as we know from our beloved Shiv Narayan Chandapal, one of the most prolific batters who has one of the strangest techniques we ever saw in cricket. You know, it just shows you that it really depends on how you are comfortable as a batter, even though it might look strange. As we can see there again, taking a very low stance and approach, and rising to play a lovely shot. Just get a single for it, but definitely a good looking shot there. So I think what we have seen as well, Hamza, despite the fact that she's staying low, she rises when delivery comes as well. So it could be a momentum situation whereby she gets into the flow of the delivery by going to that level and then rising when needed.
What makes it even more interesting, she's one of the tallest players out there as well. She has really quick the bat speed. So if it works for her, just like you said, probably a momentum thing, but you know, sometimes they say play with the books, but when you look at a lot of players, successful players, they play when they're more comfortable, and I think that's the key to batting out there.
That's one
perfect example in world cricket: Joe Root, Steve Smith.
Yeah, definitely a lot of examples there as we see the end of the 22nd over. The score 79 for the loss of 3. Lena Scott top scoring with 35. Krishana McKenzie still out there fighting a very valiant battle, 17 from 63. And as you noted, the different styles of batters, one of our own local batters, Lyndon Simmons, is one that always amazed me in terms of before he played a shot, he had a sort of ringing action with his hands, and it looked like he would sort of ring his hands twice before he placed the ball. Yet he was also one of the better timers of the ball, because many of the shots that he would have played, you know, whether it would have been in the 4-day format, the 50 overs, or even T20, he would have hit the ball cleanly. So again, it's, you know, apart from even the batters, we know bowlers as well have a lot of unique styles and tricks. Some of them have a bit of a hop before they bowl. Some of them have like 2 to 3 short steps before they go into their full run-up. So all of these tricks here that help the players get into that format.
You see Katie Jas Mitchell, she's back into the attack, a full toss there to start things off. No damage being done. She's bowled 4 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket so far. And this is what was expected. Usually she would come back on later into the innings, bowl that death overs, but she's bowling over number 23 here. Trinidad and Tobago probably just sensing with that wicket of Lena Scott to fall. Katie Jas Mitchell could probably coming back and pick up another couple quick wickets, set back this Jamaica team even further. Low stance there for even for the fast bowlers. That's well played in the end. She looks really solid though, is Wilmot.
Now I must say I'm getting a sort of deja vu when watching Jason Holder bat from a side on angle as well. Even though she's not as tall as Jason Holder, and even though he might not go as low, similarly in this fashion, he just waits with that sort of bended front knee. And again, it could be something for those players who are a bit tall, you know, it just helps them get that extra bit of balance and composure when playing the shot. But she certainly looks capable here, Wilmot, in terms of playing the ball nicely, playing through the V's, and has the ability to strike the ball cleanly, especially with her height. I think she would want to just get her eye in for maybe an over or so again, and then look to capitalize on the remaining overs to score some more runs for the Jamaica team. That one again, a defensive shot. Seems to be a bit premeditated as well, Hamza, coming forward before the ball has even reached to the bat.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I get exactly what you're saying when you mentioned Jason Ula. If you simple as the way she looks at the bowler coming in as well, it has that Jason Holder stature in her.
As you know,
Probably a player that she idolizes, you never could tell. I'm sure she could answer that after the game as we see Mitchell to continue.
Yeah, as we know, many of our regional cricketers idolize Jason Holder, one of the few West Indies players to play all formats of the game. We know that both he and Azari Joseph returned from the West Indies World Cup qualifying attempts, where unfortunately they were not successful to join the test team for their training camp ahead of that upcoming India series. It's a wide delivery single from the umpire there, but again an excellent over from Jazz Mitchell. 5 dot deliveries and that wide at the end, just spoiling the maiden over. But I'm sure she's going to come back stronger here.
Good piece of fielding off her own bowling. Excellent end to the over there for Katie Jazz Mitchell. So at the end of over number 23, the score now 80 for 3.
So 7 overs remaining in the innings. We note that Katie Jazz has 1 more, Samara Ramnath has 2. That's 3 overs we have accounted for. Skipper Samaru has bowled 4, I believe, so I think she would also have 2. That would be 6 overs. So the 7th over, or the 1 over out, is the mystery as to who's going to bowl same. And I think just as I've asked the question, it's been answered, because Samaru, instead of resuming the over from that end, she's giving the over to Jessica Roscoe, it looks like. It's going to be continuing with a bit of leg spin.
And this is the correct end for her because of that bounce that is present for her to bowl with. So this is good captaincy as well from Shalini Samaru.
Yeah, also with that strong persistent breeze coming across the ground. Bowling from this end, she will get that ball to drift in to the left-handed batter and drift away from the right-handed batter.
Short on occasion, that's a really good shot there. But again, because of the damp outfield, the ball will slow up tremendously, but it's a no ball as well. Oh, it's actually a short run. It's 1 short. For a moment it looked like he signaled no ball, but it's 1 short. So just 1 run.
And as we see that 1 shot being signaled, we had a lovely shot of the Maxi in the background, probably picking up 1 shot as well.
Again, that indecisiveness if to play forward, play backward, and it's because of that bounce that is present. Kate Wilmot. It's always unfortunate to see when batters push so hard and only pick up 1 instead of 2 because of a short run. And sometimes it's bare millimeters.
Especially Mackenzie, who has been out there for 64 deliveries and on strike, again patting that ball down to the offside. I think one of the things we have noticed about Mackenzie's game is that she comes forward very early, and she almost seems to be playing defensive before allowing the ball to reach to her. She tries to go aggressive and she's bowled, Hamza. What a delivery there from Jessica Orozco, and finally we see the celebration to match as well. But just as I noted, she was playing too defensive and playing too premeditated with that shot coming forward. The 1 delivery, she tried to wait back and swing to the leg side. Unfortunately, she was bowled. So probably not the strongest point of her game, but her vigil comes to an end. Krishana Mackenzie, 18 from 64 deliveries. She was there at the start when things were rocky for Jamaica after losing 2 early wickets. She was there to stabilize and to help them regain some sort of formidability to their innings, and unfortunately she has to go at this stage.
So the new batter going out there is Brian. That's Gabriel Bryan. Showing out in the middle to join Kate Wilmot. She's on 5 of 18. So I say Kate Wilmot is on 5 of 18 deliveries, and it felt as though she literally just walked out the bat as well. That just goes to show how much Trinidad and Tobago, they're trying to hustle these overs, but they need to, because they started off so slow, Kishav.
Yes, they did start off slow, and the fact that they are fixing that now by improving on their over rate as well as getting wickets quickly, you know, I think it's all part of their master plan. Reason being because we know that Samara Ramnath and Shalini Samaru get through their overs very, very quickly. We even saw it Manpol, who got through her entire 6-over spell quickly. So I think, in fact, it was probably just a situation where a couple overs initially would have taken a bit longer with the wides and the no balls and so on. Now they know that when they go to the end of the innings, they can push through.
Just pulled away, yeah. Looking for a first run is Brian. But she'll have to wait another over, because at the end of the over now, the score 82 for 4. As you see, Katie Jazz Mitchell, she still has an over remaining. Samara Ramnath and Shalini Samar both have 2. I don't think Zakia Harilal will be coming back into the attack. No disrespect to her. Just didn't have the best of days out there. And as a player, you have those sort of off days. Just about regrouping now, coming back another day and keep fighting. She's actually one of the younger ones in the Trinidad and Tobago setup. She's 15 years of age. We have a couple 15-year-olds and a 14-year-olds, and all the rest are older than them. So playing in the dressing room, having that support, having that team back you up as a young player coming forward in this ranks, that's really a positive thing for her to look forward, especially since you've been including in the playing 11 almost virtually your first game in the competition, because that first game was rained out. So that's kudos to her. Let's hope that she keeps working and improving the game moving forward.
Yeah, definitely some great words there of advice for all of the young cricketers on display. And Ramnath replaces Mitchell, so a switch of ends for Samara Ramnath into 5th over, and it really looks like she can bowl from either end, because she's sticking to that plan of keeping the deliveries tight and again quicker in the second spell that she's bowling compared to the first spell where she used that flight. And the irony, Hamza, because you would think that when she opened the bowling with a new ball, you would have expected her to probably push through at that stage and maybe use the drifter or the ball to just angle away, but she used her flight. She was very brave and she reaped the rewards by getting an early wicket.
We talk about economy rate, Kishav. She's bowled 4.3 overs, 6 runs, 1 wicket. That's a less than 2 runs and over. Excellent bowling from the spinner.
Again, another not delivery there from Ramnath.
What's impressive, what she's impressed me with, is how consistent that line just on about that off stump has been. And that one they're keeping low on that occasion. So we talk about bounce from one end, that one keeping extremely low.
Yeah, she really has not given any loose deliveries away. Nothing too full, nothing too wide to allow for any sort of freelancing shots from the batters.
That's a quicker one there again. And just like that, she finishes over. So it's another maiden over here. So after her 5 overs, she's gone just for 6 runs and picked up a wicket. Score now 82 for 4 after 25, with 5 overs remaining. Anywhere between 40-45. You'll think that they'll want, but the current rate, the way it's looking, they'll be hoping they could get 6 runs and over from here.
Yes, that would ideally be the goal. If they can get over that 100 mark, just psychologically, as we see the projected score with this current run rate is 98. Once they can get over 100, runs on the board are always there to defend. And, you know, they can certainly have something to work with. See Orozco again continuing that one, missing the stumps, missing the keeper, and goes away for a bye. That's going to be signaled from the umpire. Looks like it's going to be a leg bye, or it's just a bye being signaled.
This really goes to show how 1 wicket, but not just a wicket, the key wicket, can really change things around here. And they're going for a single. It's going to be trouble here at the non-strikers end, but that ball just kicked off the turf and bounced over everyone. Very fortunate there for Gabriel Bryan.
I must say, Hamza, that was really, really unfortunate for the fielding team because the delivery from the fielder seemed to have been good. That ball was going straight towards the bowler at the non-striker's end, but bouncing right before, and that was short and pulled away on the leg side. Would it run away to the boundary? No, it doesn't. Some good fielding there from skipper Samaru, who ran down that ball, and the batters restricted just to 2. But going back to that almost run out opportunity, Hamza, that ball seemed to have hit the second pitch and just looped over to the bowler, so thus allowing the batter to reach in safely.
Yeah, no fault of the fielder there by any means. That was a good throw, actually.
Yes, the throw literally seemed to be as if it was going directly one bounce to the bowler over the stumps.
That's tucked away again into the leg side. And you see, this is what I think Scott should have done a little bit earlier. Just open up a bit and try to hit on the offside. I think she was a too conservative of trying to go straight, and because of that, the bounce really troubled her.
Yeah, the bounce on that end of the pitch has certainly been difficult for a lot of the batters.
So some free runs here from Trinidad and Tobago. That's the last thing they will want to be doing, is giving away runs to the Jamaican team.
Yeah, keeper Sound not getting that one as cleanly, so unfortunately another single to the score.
Final delivery now of over number 26. Trying to go big again on that occasion. So at the end of the over that had 4 runs conceded off with the score now 87 for 4 after 26.
And just as we take a look across to St. Vincent, where presently Trinidad and Tobago under 19 men's team is playing against Jamaica under 19 men's team in the CWI under 19 men's tournament. Trinidad and Tobago currently in a tough predicament. The score 105 for the loss of 7 wickets in the 32nd over. And that match also, that one is a 50 over affair. This match here at Gilbert Park is a 30 over affair. So Jamaica in control of that game across in St. Vincent at this stage. We know that as we see Samara Ramnath continuing in the attack, her brother Rajiv Ramnath is in fact a member of that team. One of the top 3 scorers for this innings, and in fact he was one of the top scorers in the last game as well. So a consistent performer he has been. I'm sure they'd want to improve on those performances and get the best out of that team for this tournament.
Yeah, so Ramnath now, she's bowling a final over, only conceding 6 runs so far for 5.1. That's really, really good bowling. Picked up a wicket off her first delivery. Short and wide, and if she's asking for a field there, that ball probably just taking the toe end of the bat. So she picks up her second wicket. Really wide delivery there, and Bryan just chasing after it, but could only manage a fine bottom edge and a good take by Shinal Sao.
Yeah, that was an excellent take by Sao, the keeper. In the last over, she missed a couple of those balls that she should have taken easily, but she held on to the ball when it mattered the most, and that's her second dismissal of the innings. Again, another great delivery from Samara Ramnath. All of the pressure that she has been building has been showing here. So Ramnath continuing in that great fashion. Second wicket, only 6 runs conceded in a 6th over. If she can get another wicket made in here, it would be ideal.
So the new batter going out there is Tiana Samuels, wearing that number 1 on her back. She has 3.4 overs remaining, some 22 deliveries remaining in this innings. Try and see if she could capitalize and get a score not only for herself but for her team as well, because they need a bit of a cameo here to finish off this innings. Oh, just drifting in there. Samuels did well to keep it out. That's another good delivery there. That's good cricket all round.
Really can't take anything away from the performance that Ramnath has put in today.
Oh, that's just beaten everything.
That's a beauty, Hamza. My word, what a delivery there from Ramnath. That one angling more in towards the off stump of the batters. The previous deliveries were just outside the off stump line. This one more directly onto the line of the stumps and just missing by an inch, if so much.
And that's a good delivery to end off a spell. Economy rate of just 1. Samara Ramnath definitely the pick of the bowlers. 6 overs, 6 runs, 2 wickets. But I tell you something, Keisha, her spell was only getting better and better.
I must say, I wish she could have bowled a 10 over spell in a 50 over game, because the way she has been going thus far, it really has been admirable. It's like when you go to coaching and your coach tells you, you put a coin on the pitch and you try to pitch 6 deliveries each over where that coin is located. She certainly has done that on numerous occasions in that spell she has bowled today. So kudos to Samara Ramnath on an excellent spell as well, continuing with her bowling accolades in this game.
So with that we see Shalini Samaru continuing the attack.
So just a point to note at this stage, usually the cutoff time would have been 5 to 12 for the first session. So given that we have passed that stage, we can see the umpire just signaling to the vice captain as well as the captain, just pointing to his watch there, that they have to employ certain fielding restrictions given the fact that we have passed that cutoff time. So it looks like only 2 fielders or 3 fielders maximum are allowed outside of the circle, and the umpire just making sure of that before Samaru bowled, so pulling in that fielder from deep extra cover into cover.
And that's pulled away. It's land safely. They go back. They'll just stick to 1. Good piece of fielding there by the fielder coming off the boundary.
So the 3 fielders outside the circle, we have long off, long on, and that deep mid wicket. Samaru bowling her right arm off spin. So telling to the batter, if you want to hit me, you have to go over the infield, and I still have protection in those certain areas.
Oh, it's another good delivery there, just hitting the top of the bat. For Jamaica's perspective, they just aren't able to rotate the strike, and that's what's hampering the innings. That's an outside edge.
Some good sportsmanship there. Samaru just returning the bat to Samuel.
So Kate Wilmot, she's faced some 29 deliveries so far. 9 of 29.
That one keeping extra low there. Unable to get any bat on that was Wilmot. So Wilmot, despite looking competent with the bat in terms of her composure and ability to play shots, still a bit too slow for the team's liking. 9 from 30. She's bowler! A lovely wicket there for Shalini Samaru, and the skipper gets another important breakthrough. Just as we noted, that previous delivery kept low and went to hit the pad of Wilmot. This one going on to hit the stumps, and well bowled there from Samaru. Very much noting how that previous delivery went on to the batter. This one just angling it more into the line of off stump, and getting a clean bowl. So that's a great breakthrough there. And just as we were noting that Kate Wilmot was batting a bit too slow at this stage of the innings where they would want to accelerate, she has to depart, bowled by Serini Samaru, and that would bring the new batter to the crease. The captain, Janelle Dares, wearing the number 17 on her shirt.
The Trinidad and Tobago team now, after winning the toss and sending in Jamaica to bat first, I'm sure their bowlers will be really happy. The skipper would be really happy, and the management team as well, who's looking on from outside, will be happy of this performance heading into the halfway stage. It's not over by any means as yet. Whatever total they post Jamaica, and that was just eluding the fielder there. And as I was mentioning before, whatever total Jamaica end up on, they will come out fighting this total.
Yes, it definitely is going to be competitive even in the second stage of the innings, and at the end of 28 overs, the score 90 for the loss of 6 wickets. Just 2 overs left in the innings, and we can see Katie Jazz returning from that end, given that Samara Ramnath has bowled out a spell of 6 overs. So Katie Jazz will be bowling the penultimate over of Jamaica's first innings, and it looks like Samaru would finish off from that end. I believe she still has 1 over left, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is where we're accustomed seeing Katie Jazz Mitchell come in and bowl in the back end of the innings. They gave her over number 23 a few overs ago. It was really and truly just a break that Shackles here tried to pick up a couple of wickets. Samara Ramnath had a couple overs as well from that end. So I think Shalini Samara, she really rotated her bowl as well, Kishav. And how is that missed again? How many times today has Katie Jazz Mitchell just beat the edge or missed that off stump by millimeters?
Yeah, definitely it's that persistent line and length she has been working with outside the off stump for the right-hander. Similarly for the left-hander, as we noted previously in her first spell, the left-hander struggled a lot against most of her deliveries. And she's bowled her! Another wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago under 19. Katie Jazz getting that wicket at a key stage again of this innings, and Jamaica just has to be mindful that they don't get bowled out here. I know that we are in the second to last over, and that's the 8th wicket to fall, but at this stage of the innings, the bowling from Trinidad and Tobago has been really persistent, and essentially at this stage it's you miss, I hit, as we've seen from those previous wickets, Hamza.
Yeah, and she's been beating the bat on so many occasions, and I must say credit goes to Katie Jazz Mitchell. After doing that, she basically tightened her line and pulled stump to stump, and she reaped the rewards. Credit to her.
Yeah, that's a great wicket there. That one again, just keeping it as you said, stump to stump, and getting a second wicket to just make her figures look even better.
Brianna Plummer, a new batting. She's still there joining her skipper now. Katie Jazz Mitchell bowling over number 29. And immediately bowling to the left-hander, Kishav. That ball is still getting a bit of shape away.
Again on cue, Hamza, as we stated before, in her first spell, Katie Jazz really troubled all of the left-handed batters that were at the crease. And even at this stage of the innings, even though the ball would be much older and that new found swing would not be as present, still allowing that breeze to just carry the ball away. And that one again, a lovely delivery. We can see even from the line of delivery when it started, seemed to have started on around middle of the leg, and that was shifting to just outside off stump.
Worked up a bit of pace there as well too.
Nice carry through to the keeper, Sao. She's bowled her again. Another wicket for Katie Jazz on the stumps. Brianna Plummer trying to play that one to the leg side. I think she was unaware of where she was standing, because that one seemed to have bowled her behind her back there, Hamza. And great bowling again from Katie Jazz, putting it on the stumps at this stage of the innings. You miss, I hit. That's the motto for the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. And another batter has to depart clean bowled. I think that's about the fourth batter that has been clean bowled in this innings from Jamaica. And all of those shots have been cross-batted shots where the ball has gone on to hit the stumps. So excellent again from Katie Jazz Mitchell. And thus far, 2 wickets in the over, no runs scored, 1 delivery left. Can she finish with another wicket and at best even finish with another dot ball to have a double wicket maiden?
And she's just showing all her variations. No, that was a slower delivery there from Mitchell. And she finished off the spell with a dot ball. So after a 6-over spell here, Katie Jazz Mitchell doing another an excellent job. Just continuing her wonderful season that she is having. She finishes here with figures of 3 for 14. Excellent from the fast bowler.
It really has been a magnificent spell on display from Katie Jazz, because notably after she bowled her first spell, she came back for just 1 over in the middle of the innings and then went back and came back with her final over in this penultimate stage at the 29th over of the innings. So the fact that she can bowl on and off and still maintain a consistency is really testament to all of the hard work and dedication that she has put in over the years. And similarly to Samara Ramnath, excellent spell in their 6 overs. Shalini Samaru, 5 overs, 1 for 20. I'm sure she would look to finish strong as well in this last over of the innings. That one a full toss to start with, but Samuel's not able to get that away.
Steady line of leg there from Shalini Samaru.
Now, I'm wondering at this stage, Hamza, 4 deliveries left in the innings. Is it that the batters are trying to come on not out, or is it that they should try to just see if they can accelerate the run scoring here? And just as I say that, it's a good take from the keeper, Sao. Clips the bails off, but umpire at square leg unmoved. So she tried to play a more aggressive shot there, but not timing it at all.
Yeah, well, Tiana Samuel, she basically just answered your question as soon as you ask it as to what her intentions will be. With 3 deliveries left, probably the best thing that she could do out there, try and go after it. But as I say that, she decides to defend.
Textbook for defensive, if you've ever seen one. With two deliveries left to go, Hamza, is that wise?
Very strange from 2 totally different approaches there from the skipper. Captain to captain now. And that goes high in the air.
And the skipper takes the catch there. Caught on bowl Shalini Samaru. And very simple celebration. Nothing much doing at this stage. 1 more wicket to fall. 1 more delivery to go. Anything can happen. But again, Hamza, as you were saying, from playing a loose shot, missing it, then playing a forward defensive to a ball that was full on, probably could have been pushed for a single, then again playing a loose shot and getting caught and bowled. Not the best decision making by the batter, but hopefully she will learn and improve from the situation. And it's all about learning here at this under-19 stage to continue improving your game. As many of the cricketers we note, as you said previously, would be around the 14 or 15-year-old mark. And it's to take nothing away from the opportunities and the experience being gained.
So Anisha Miller now, she just has 1 delivery to face from Shalini Samaru. Almost like a Temba Bavuma comparison there. You mentioned Jason Holder earlier, Anisha.
Yes, definitely. And is that a kookaburra in her hands? Yes, it is.
Yes.
One of my favorite type of bats, I must say.
Final delivery of the innings now from the skipper, and it'll just be a dot ball there. So she finishes her spell, 6 overs, 20 runs, 2 wickets. Jamaica, they end up on 90 for 9 after their 30 overs. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be requiring 91 for victory with just over 3 runs over. Fisher, the ball definitely trying to be go score now.
Well, most certainly Trinidad and Tobago, as we take a look at the bowling performance there. Katie Jazz, 6 overs, 3 for 14. Samara Ramnath, 2 for 6 in her spell. And Shalini Samaru, 2 for 20 in her spell of 6 as well. And also a notable bowling performance from Kira Manpal. Just got 1 wicket, but she got the most important wicket of Lena Scott, who top scored for Jamaica and at a very pivotal stage of the innings. In fact, I think when Manpal got that wicket is when Jamaica's innings really started to go on the downward slide. And in that situation there, it was very impressive to see Trinidad and Tobago regain control after starting strongly, 2 for 2 after 4 overs. Then a partnership of on or about 60 runs went on between Mackenzie and Scott. And then after, the wickets flowed quickly and smoothly for Trinidad and Tobago, as Jamaica ended up on 90 for 9 after their 30 overs. Run rate of just 3 runs per over, which means that Trinidad and Tobago would require 91 for victory when they return after the lunch interval. And just before we take a break here ourselves to update you on the scores from around the region, Trinidad and Tobago men's team against Jamaica men's team. The score, Trinidad and Tobago 113 for 8 in that encounter in the 38th over. And for all of our fans who are also following the Ashes, presently in the Ashes, Australia were bowled out for 263. Mitchell March scoring 118. Run a ball 100 that was, and Mark Wood getting 5 wickets for 34. England in reply have started positively on 19, but losing 1 wicket, that of Ben Duckett falling to Cummings. So as we note here, in Gilbert Park, California, Trinidad and Tobago would require 91 runs for victory when they resume, and we look forward to that innings when we return shortly. Pleasant good afternoon to all of our viewers and welcome back to Gilbert Park in California, Cuba, Trinidad and Tobago, where we have the second half of this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica in the West Indies Rising Stars Women's Under-19s Championship. Trinidad and Tobago restricted Jamaica to 90 for the loss of 9 wickets in their 30 overs. Therefore, Trinidad require 91 runs to win in their 30 overs, and I'm sure they'll be looking to get those runs in quick fashion. Very strong opening pair going out there with Chanel Sau, wicketkeeper, vice captain, also made her debut for the West Indies senior team recently and scored a half century for the national team as well. So she, along with Samara Ramnath, will be looking to get a good show on here, and two very capable batters at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago as they will look to start this innings very strongly. I am Keshav Bahadur Singh alongside me. Hamza, how are you feeling in terms of this second innings? Do you think Trinidad and Tobago would approach it in a quick manner and try to score these runs? About 6 runs over and get a high run rate, given that the first game was abandoned in case they needed coming later down to the end of this group stage? Or do you think they'll just go about it smartly and take their time?
Well, Kishav, to be honest with you, but firstly, thank you to all our viewers for staying with us here at the Gilbert Park for this encounter. Trinidad and Tobago, they require, as you said, 91 for their first official victory. That first game, they shared the points as it was rained out. But I was about to say, you hit the nail on the head there. That first game being rained out, they got 2 points. 91 for victory, just 3, a little over 3 and over. I think somebody from the Trinidad and Tobago team should come out here all guns blazing to get that net run rate as high as possible heading into the backstage of this competition.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering, because even though the total is small and you can take your time and bat, given the fact that the weather would play a role at some point in this tournament, it already has played a role, and even though we have brilliant sunshine at this point, we know that we have entered the rainy season in Trinidad and Tobago, so can't really anticipate how the rest of matches will go. But it's best, once you have your foot on the gas, to just keep accelerating and get a commanding victory here if possible. We know that Chanel Sau is more than capable with the bat, and she plays very confidently as well. Once the ball is there to be hit, she will hit it. So very excited to see how she'll go about this innings here as Kate Wilmot opens the bowling for Jamaica. We can see how far the run-up is for Kate Wilmot, and in fact how far the keeper is also standing as well. So I must say, Hamza, I'm intrigued here to see the level of pace that she would be generating.
Well, I will tell you, just like Katie Jazz Mitchell that moves the ball away from the left-hander, Wilmot has the ability to move the ball away from the right-hander. But in this case, she starts off with a wide but decent pace.
The pace has certainly been unnoticed there, and the fact that the keeper took it cleanly, it just shows that Wilmot is certainly going to have a go at these batters. She's not going to take it lightly, and she's going to run in hard and fast here.
But Kishav, just to add to a point here, I spoke earlier about Katie Jazz Mitchell bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. See, that's a good delivery, but call a wide there, just on that wide line. But the umpire has the best view in the house. I was about to say, Kishav, tell me something about Kate Wilmot just trying a couple deliveries, but more so early on around the wicket.
Yeah, so I think at the initial stage they would try what they are comfortable with, which might be over the wicket, and then depending on the circumstances of the game, it is definitely an interesting option to exercise, especially with that breeze going across. You get that ball to just angle away. And that one is a full line delivery. Lovely shot there, play from Sau. And that's driven exquisitely through covers for 4 runs. What a way to open the account for both Sau and for Trinidad and Tobago. Lovely shot there, Hamza.
Yeah, that's excellent from Chanel Sau. And I'm going to tell you just how much effect a boundary has in this game. Immediately, Trinidad and Tobago, with one legal delivery, has scored enough runs for 2 overs if you look at it from a run rate perspective.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that the required run rate is just 3 runs and over, and they have 6 already, a boundary and the 2 wides, it just shows you that anything can happen in this game. They can finish it quickly if they wish, and that was a perfectly good cricketing shot. Not to say she took any unnecessary risks.
That's a good shot there. We talk about the pace of Wilmot. That's a lovely drive. No run conceded, but that's excellent cricket. Just goes to show the talent we have on show here at this under 19 level.
Yes, really amazing to see. And so, I mean, just from those shots we have seen already, more than competent of a batter.
That's probably the best shot of the day for without a run, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very exquisite looking drive there. Sometimes the best shots goes for no runs, but just shows you the confidence of the batter.
This is good cricket all round, not just with bat and ball. Good fielding as well, pressuring the batter. I must say, from Jamaica's perspective, they came out looking like they were going to defend this total, and that's excellent from not just from a cricketing perspective, but from a player's perspective out there, being out there. If they can continue in that same vein, if they go on to win or lose, keep that fighting spirit up.
It's all about the momentum and the passion and the level of energy that you put out there, Hamza. And I think once they keep that energy high and they keep encouraging themselves, if they can strike early with a couple of wickets here, Jamaica can certainly change the turn of the game. But it all comes down to having that mental ability as well as the physical ability to merge those two in harmony and execute your plans.
Especially if they could get Chanel Sao early in the innings, it will certainly lift their confidence as well. But it's been a good comeback here from Kate Wilmot. But that's just the thing. You have no room for error at all. Error was made already in the beginning of the over. So two legal deliveries I should say, remaining in over number 1 here. Trinidad and Tobago already 6 without loss. Not for the first time today, the umpire signaling dead ball. Number of false starts, if you want to call it that, from these bowlers. I would still like to see Wilmot try one from around the wicket. Looking for a good single there.
And that single right there, to me, Hamza, just shows you the difference in terms of the intensity and the mindset, because many occasions in Jamaica's innings, we know that with Mackenzie, who lasted at least 60 or 70 deliveries at the crease, she played a similar shot, just touching that ball to the offside region, but did not have any intention to run. They just played the shot and they were content and staying in the crease. We saw there Ramnath, who bats with Sao, is familiar with her. She knows that she looks to turn over the strike. She was already backing up and able to turn that ball into a single. Even though it's just one run, it's those subtle differences that make a lot of importance in the game.
That's good defense there. And just for a quick note on that same point, I think we were checking, there was at least 16 to 17 occasions at the end of first over 7 without loss. And as I say, 16 to 17 occasions where a single could have been on offer. So add 15 of those runs to your total, and immediately your score moves from 90 to 105. But it was as though Jamaican team, they were quite contented to just sit back, play those defensive shots, out looking, and actually say, get that intensity factor in.
And we can see a shot of the coach there, just away from where the pavilion is on the next side of the field, looking on keenly and just observing what his players are going to do. You know, it's really great to see that the coaches are allowing the players the independence as well to make certain decisions for themselves on the field of play. And definitely he'll be observing keenly from those ends and wishing his team all the best. New bowler here will be Kamari Campbell, bowling to Chanel Sao. Sao, who we noted got her first call up to the senior West Indies team in that ODI series against Ireland recently. Start with a wide there, down the leg side.
From a Jamaican's perspective, the last thing you want is to be giving runs away. Not a huge total by any means. here extremely hard. Everything's blowing away at the moment. That's a full toss. They are looking to sweep that. And with that huge gap on that leg side. With that huge gap on the leg side, any bat that she could get on that, I'm sure there's going to be at least 2 runs on offer here. The outfield is actually drying up as the day goes along because of that. Not just hot sun, but a lot of breeze as well.
That's a beautiful shot there from Sao. Just a single, but again, very exquisite looking on drive there. And already she was racing to the other end for a single. Just showing the intent and the different mindset of these batters compared to Jamaica's innings, where they weren't really able to convert those dot balls to singles. Ramnath here to face a second delivery.
Cut away nicely. They look for a run on the misfield and they get it quite comfortably in the end. And again, we've said this a number of times, but just another example from a different scenario now. A simple misfield. Intensity was there with her running. The single came as though it was the easiest thing ever.
Definitely. It just shows you again the fact that they are intent on getting these runs quickly. They are looking for a run at every opportunity. And good calling there from Sao, because Ramnath was hesitant, but she rushed her through and they got the single comfortably.
Ball just holding up on the surface there a bit. They're already 11 without loss. We're in the second over.
As you were mentioning in the first innings, Hamza, in terms of the amount of cricketers that are 14 or 15 out there and get a chance at this under 19 level, Sao actually made her debut for the under 19 team at 14 years. And it just goes to show you how good it is for these players to get that opportunity and get that experience, because she's still at the under 19 level and she seems to be a very seasoned and experienced campaigner. So for all of these other youngsters on the team, you know, it's just to continue building from that experience and growing each game and each training session and improving to reach their goals.
Her glove work certainly improving as well as time goes by. It's cut away nicely. Good piece of fielding there by the field at point. Yeah, she had a couple fumbles today, but she had a couple brilliant pieces of work as well behind the stumps.
Yeah, it was excellent work from her, getting a couple dismissals, and I'm sure she'd want to couple those dismissals with some runs scored.
So another wide delivery there from Kamari Campbell. Decent over so far, but 5 runs conceded in the over. 3 of those 5 wides.
And that's the problem. If you don't have a good or huge total to defend, you really can't afford to be giving away any extras. And with a total of 90 at the onset to defend, I think anything more than 5 extras for the entire innings would be too much.
So at the end of over number 2, the score now 12 without loss. Chanel Sao, she's on 6 of 10. And Samara Ramnath 1, but she just faced those 2 deliveries. Already gotten 5 extras.
Yeah, and just as we were noting in terms of the importance of this tournament, as we know, Cricket West Indies Talent Pathway manager Steve Liebird stated that the tournament is vital for the growth of women's cricket in the region, and essentially this is to prepare the regional youth tournaments to be consistent to the pathway system that men's cricket has had. And this is the aim of the CWI over the next few years for women's cricket.
Yeah, Wilmot to continue now. And that ball kept really low. We spoke about the bounce from that end.
And
that ball almost creeped.
The irony, Hamza, in the first innings, the bounce on that end was actually extraordinary in terms of extra bounce. Now you're getting lesser bounce on certain areas of the pitch. And with the pace of Wilmot, Ramnath just has to be mindful of those balls that would keep extra low.
That's pulled away nicely. run there for Ramnath. I'm sure the main goal of these women here for their future, their long-term goal, is to one day represent that West Indies team. And as we speak about West Indies team, their women's team, they'll be playing Ireland today in that second T20 international.
And that first one was a nail biter, coming down to the last ball where they require 1 run, and thankfully they got it in the end. But essentially this tournament is key because the Cricket West Indies are looking to identify the next group of players who will make up the squad for the next ICC Women's Under-19 Cricket World Cup, and also be the feeder group for the new Women's Academy that will lead into the West Indies senior team. Lovely looking shot again there from Sau. Good fielding from the fielder coming off mid-off to run around there and stop it directly behind the bowler. But again, exquisite looking drives from Chanel Sau. Definitely looks as if she's in form.
Yeah, and if you want to slightly sidetrack a bit in that Ashes, Australia, they were bowled out for 263. England currently 62 for 2. And it's still day 1. Session 3 and day 1 right now.
That one is just punched into the offside for no run, but the Ashes has certainly been going very interesting thus far. We know that a controversial run out from the last game where we have seen differing opinions on it. In fact, Brian Lara posted just recently that he had no difficulties with it, and posted a similar time when he himself was run out. It's a lovely delivery there. Flashing outside the off stump was Ramnath, but not able to get hold of it. That one actually went a bit quicker to the keeper, so skidded off the surface.
Yeah, Mitch Marsh and Glenn Maxwell haven't been recalled to rest ahead of the season. Mitch Marsh wanted to make sure that his name would remain in households forever, especially for this period he'll be rested. He scored 118 of 118 deliveries. Excellent innings from him.
Nice looking shot through the offside. Just a single, but Mitch Marsh with that one-day style innings in a test match, it really shows you that anything can happen in that form of cricket. So at the end of 3 overs, the score 15 without loss, and Trinidad and Tobago requiring 76 runs.
Since you've renamed that end to the KFC end, I'm guessing you're going to call this end the grass end?
Definitely. We could call it the Flora end.
Well, just been corrected there by our producer who would have had the last say on this as a SECU end.
Yes, we know the SECU building there. A credit union has been around quite some time in Trinidad and Tobago, just as well as the other end. And there we take a look at Chris Rawazan, who is a very important part of the West Indies setup.
Just punched away there, no run. Very similar sight here today. Amount of deliveries punched into the covers. All conceding a run. Goes to show as well, bowlers bowling to their field. That's punched away again, very similar, but totally different shot there. Similar result, but must give Samara Ramnath credit. She's trying something different to pierce the gap, and that's something we haven't seen today.
Yeah, definitely it's a good battle because she's not just sitting idly by and just punching those balls defensively. She is looking to score runs.
Drives again. This time she finds the gap. Excellent footwork. Only got one in the end, but that's exactly what we were talking about. Find a way to create those runs and not get tied down.
Lovely cricket indeed, Hamza. I mean, even from the bowling team's perspective, 3 very good dot balls and keeping it tight, and then excellence on the part of Ramnath and just finding that gap there and pushing that ball to get a single and relieve that pressure instantly.
That's cut away nicely from Sao. Yeah, not the quickest of outfields here at Gilbert Park. Importantly for them, the scoreboard keeps sticking now with 17 without loss.
Yeah, definitely the outfield playing a role there. They're still a bit heavy after the rains we've had over the last few weeks in Trinidad and Tobago. That shot, imagine that in Brian Lara Academy, Hamza, would have sped away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, certainly. So I remember when I came here early this morning, you could still see the patches of wet spots, like little puddles after that hot sun. This goes to show how saturated that ground is. So at the end of 4 overs now, Trinidad and Tobago requiring 91 for victory. There's 17, but more importantly, they haven't lost a wicket as yet.
Yeah, and it's been a good start from Trinidad and Tobago, just keeping it positive and trying to score runs as best as they can. The Jamaican bowlers, apart from a couple extras, have tried to maintain a steady line and length, and the consistency, while it may not be the best, and they would want to keep as much dot balls as possible, Trinidad and Tobago batters are looking to attack the bowlers and play confidently, so it's a very interesting toss-up at this point. It's a good short ball there from Wilmot. That one just defended by Sao, but some good aggression there.
I'm really impressed with the pace of Wilmot.
And there we see Mr. Chris Brabazon again, who was hired as the coach education manager by Cricket West Indies, a new role created as part of the strategy to strengthen and invest in the development of coaching talent within the region.
That's cut away nicely. The fielder comes around. They go back for 2 in the end. A good shot there from Sao.
Really nice looking shot there, that one. Short and outside of the off stump. Definitely there for that square cut to be played. And unfortunately, it didn't get it to the boundary. But excellent shot indeed. You see the umpire just signaling to the batter there about the running along the wicket, I believe.
That's driven away nicely, but good piece of fielding there at point. This is excellent cricket all around, Kishav. Good fielding, good bowling, good batting as well. That was not in the slot there, but Sao just leant on the back foot and drove it straight to the field at point. Really good over so far from Wilmot, apart from that one short and wide. Even from that one that was short, that wasn't wide at all by any means. But what Sao is doing, she has really fast bat speed, hand-eye coordination, excellent. After all, she's a wicket keeper. So you would expect that from the opening batter as well. Usually say keepers have the best hand-eye coordination.
Having a slash of that one outside the off stump. Looked to play that square drive and went down one knee. But unfortunately, that ball getting a bit of extra bounce and going over the edge of her bat straight to the keeper, Lena Scott. So I've noticed that almost every delivery Hamza Scott is just walking up to Scow. I'll probably just sharing some words of encouragement, I'm sure, being a fellow wicketkeeper herself and also a fellow member of the West Indies under-19 team.
Again, that ball just keeping it a bit lower.
That brings a good over from Kate Wilmot and so at the end of 5 overs to score 90 without loss. That run rate just under 4 runs and over what's required at this stage. Current run rate 3.8 and the required run rate 2.8. 72 runs required in 150 balls. So I think the run rate and the amount of balls left is not going to be a problem for Trinidad and Tobago. It's just in terms of how they are going to continue their approach in this innings. We have already seen that positive start from them, and by all means I think they're going to continue with that steadfast.
I would have loved to see some spin on offer really early on, especially with the way the pitch is playing as well. not just half spin and off, but half spin and off of a very attacking field, trying to get a wicket or two here. Because I honestly believe the only way Jamaica is going to win this game is if they bowl out Trinidad.
Yeah, they definitely have to get wickets and get them fast as well. But I think this Jamaica lineup has a lot of good pieces in it. So they are probably just trying to use the shine of the new ball and use it as best as they can in this early stages of the innings. And then we might see spin playing a role coming down to the end of this power play. And it's a bowling change. In fact, the captain has come into the attack, Janelle Diaz. And that first delivery, you can already see the bit of pace that she has on her. Nice carry through to the keeper, and Ramnath just watching that one wisely. And we can see the coach just taking a stroll around the ground to meet the Jamaican coach, having a chat with him earlier. He said that he's just here to observe the coaches and to observe the cricket, and it's excellent to see his presence in Trinidad and Tobago with a very hands-on role. A delivery again. Some good pace on it, angled into the body of Ramnath and just defending it along the pitch for no run. That delivery.
Got that away, but again, the inconsistent bounce definitely on offer here.
Yeah, that one seemed to pitch short enough for it to step back and across. Instead, that ball kept extremely low and just rolled through to the keeper. So just have to be mindful here. The batters can't really play the ball based on their previous experience, but have to play each ball on its merit and be watchful of the crease.
Driven nicely through the gaps there. Get at least two.
There's a quick throw in there, but unfortunately the throw was a bit misdirected.
Even though Sao and Ramnath, they haven't lost a wicket as yet. Since they came out here to bat, the running though has been a bit hesitant between the wickets, and I think that's something they'll definitely have to correct as soon as possible.
But in fairness to them, I think that's down to the pressure of the Jamaicans fielding, because they have been fielding excellently. Apart from one misfield thus far, we see another good pacey delivery there. Sao missing that one, trying to play that square drive. But the Jamaicans have kept it tight, Hamza, and I think that has created a bit of hesitancy, because the first over we saw a misfield and Trinidad and Tobago was very confident in the running. Since then, the Jamaicans have been at it every single ball. Again, they're right on point. That fuller line delivery flicks straight to the fielder, but again, stopping it and not allowing it to bobble or go for any singles. So at the end of 6 overs, the score 22 without loss, and the game going steadily along here. Jamaica with some tight bowling, Trinidad and Tobago with some sensible batting, and the game's just hanging in the balance at this stage.
Yeah, I must say the upper hand obviously still with Trinidad and Tobago because of the fact they haven't lost a wicket as yet.
And there's going to be another bowling change. It looks like Brianna Plummer is going to come into the attack. And we would have a bit of your wish here, Hamza. Looks like it's going to be a bit of spin.
Chanel Saw is screaming something out there to the dressing room.
I think she's just asking for a bit of salt, maybe just to help with cramp, possibly.
She screamed that same thing about 8 times now, so I hope the dressing room picks up on what she's saying. Because she's holding that left leg. Plummer now into the attack, and that's a wide delivery there.
So nice looking action for that left arm orthodox. Starting off with a wide, so Just has to get it a bit closer. Two right-handed batters at the crease, so definitely not a bad idea at all.
Not a wide delivery there. Needs to correct that as soon as possible. There's certainly a bit of problems here with her left leg. Chanel Sao, the non-strikers in. So another wide delivery there, so not a good start at all from Brianna Plummer.
I think
That's 3 wides in a row.
that one seemed to have been going off the pitch there, Hamza. But good take by the keeper, Scott. And she just had a little jog towards the bowler, Plummer, and just have a short chat with her, give her some words of encouragement. We see the fast bowler, Wilmot, as well, just encouraging her there and letting her know that they have their support.
And that's a 4th wide in the over. So definitely not what is required now from this Jamaican team.
What I like to see is the fact that every single player is still encouraging her and still applauding her. So great team spirit out there.
And that's cut away nicely into the gap. Look for 2. Bit of a misfield there. Get back for 2 quite easily in the end.
Misfield from the captain as well. Just a bit of a bubble when she picked it up to throw in. So allowing Ramnath to come back for a comfortable 2, but a lovely looking shot there as well. Just pacing that gap on the offside. Back and across this time and not getting hold of it. Trickling to the leg side. Fielder at the long on.
And that's another wide ball there. I want a bit closer. So that's the 5th wide of the over so far. 7 runs already conceded in this over. We've only had 2 legal deliveries bowled by Plummer. That's shot nicely, but straight to the fielder. Looks like Wilmot there. That's a good call from the umpire. A ball just inside the white line.
So another dot delivery there. 2 balls remaining. 2 legal balls remaining in this over.
It's much better from Plummer, but she's already conceded 7 runs.
And smartly played by Ramnath, just coming forward and gently prodding that to the offside. Knowing fully well that she has enough runs in the over, so no need for any unnecessary risk at this stage.
That's another wide delivery there. So the 6th wide in the over now. Whole over of wides there, Keshav.
Yeah, it's almost similar to the first innings where we had close to an over of no balls, 4 or 5 no balls from Zakia Harilal. And that is the 6th wide of the over there. 7th wide, in fact.
Still getting that encouragement from the captain herself running across.
I think all she has to do here, Plummer, is bowl a bit closer to the stumps because she has a good action, nice release point, getting a good flight, but just as she approaches the crease, as we can see there, she bowled closer to the stumps and the delivery itself was closer in line to the batter. So not a bad spell in terms of those deliveries that she just offered, but certainly some improvement there. And at the end of 7 overs, the score 31 without loss, as you see the players just having a bit of a drink on the field. So it's going to be the skipper Dares again. Well, a pretty tidy first over. Nice pace generated and good consistency just outside of the off stump. Couple flashes from the batters and miss, so she want to repeat that after that previous over, just release some runs with those extras. And again, as we mentioned, extras, that one going on the leg side. And again, a slight misfield there, just allowing Sao to come through for the single. So it's good to see that the batters are capitalizing on every opportunity. Sao quite alert. And in fact, every shot that she plays, it looks as if she's just taking a step forward there in anticipation of getting a single. So very good innings from her thus far. That one is a no ball signal by the square leg umpire. And rightfully so, that one reaching close to chest height, I would say, certainly above the waist. And it's going to be a free hit signal here for Sao to face. That was actually smartly played by Ramnath as well, because she just played it into the gap and still got a single off of it. So Sao would be relishing this opportunity of this free hit and would look to continue in that aggressive manner and see if she can get a boundary here. That's a good delivery from Dares. That one just defeating Sao, going in between the bat and pad and not getting all of it. So just one leg by conceded off the free hit. Good comeback there from Dares. Nice looking open face drive from Ramnath there, but straight to the fielder, so no run. She's looked very solid as well, Ramnath, in terms of her technique and her ability to play those balls on the offside. Wide ball signal there from the umpire. So Dares has been going between, bowling a very nice tight line and length, and then just throwing a wide in between the over to ruin any sort of momentum or any sort of pressure that's on the batters. Oh, and she's bowler. That one, unfortunately, there seems to have defeated Ramnath, and she has to depart for 7 of 23 deliveries. So Dares getting just reward for persisting with that line and length. And right as I mentioned, the fact that she was easing the pressure by bowling wide deliveries, she follows up a wide with a good delivery on the stumps and got a very good breakthrough there. So Mara Ramnath has to depart. 7 scored, had an excellent bowling spell earlier in the Trinidad and Tobago fielding innings, and a very good vigil thus far comes to an end. So a lot of applause here from the supporters around as she comes off the field. And entering the field is Anaya Roberts at number 3. 37 for the loss of 1 now, 7.4 overs. Current run rate 4.83. Required run rate 2.2. Jamaica getting exactly what they needed at this stage. A wicket, a breakthrough in that opening partnership of 37. Sao and Ramnath were going pretty steady and didn't really seem to be fazed by too much, but Dares has certainly deceived the batter into her second over. Apart from the couple extras, she has produced some wonderful deliveries. So Anaya Roberts would be watchful here, also bearing in mind the bit of uneven bounce on the pitch as she faces her first delivery from the Jamaican skipper. False start there. Eager to run in, so just has to restart. And that's a good delivery outside the off stump. A very shy prod at that from Roberts, must be said. Didn't really seem too convincing going through with the shot, and that hesitancy just led to her missing the shot and going through to the keeper. So at the end of 8 overs, the score 37 for the loss of 1 wicket. Chasing 91 for victory, Trinidad and Tobago. Chanel Sawan 13 from 23. Samara Ramna departing in that last over, 7 from 24. And it looks like it's going to be the left-handed Plummer to continue, is it? No, there's going to be a bowling change. In fact, after that last over from Plummer, where unfortunately she bowled a bit too many wides, there's going to be a bowling change here. Tiana Samuels is going to come into the attack. And for those of us just following the men's under-19 tournament in St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 158 by Jamaica, and they would resume that match very shortly after their lunch break. So in this heated battle here between Trinidad and Jamaica women's teams, we have a new bowling change, and we're going to see if Samuels can make an instant impact. Short outside the off stump, cut away nicely by Sao, and gets a smart single. In fact, it's Anisha Miller. So Samuels initially is going to be given the ball, but Miller, in fact, has come into the attack with a right arm off spin, and that one keeping extremely low there, and played smartly by Anaya Roberts. Oh, it's a great delivery there from Miller. Right on the money, definitely bowling stump to stump, and again with that variable bounce. Roberts has to be watchful, that ball keeping extremely low. That one a full toss, no ball signal by the square leg umpire, gets the outside edge of the bat, runs away for one, and they come back for two comfortably in the end. Good running there between Roberts and Sao, and that no ball being signaled means that a free hit will also follow. So after a very tight start there from Miller, one full toss just relieving that pressure, and it gives Anaya Roberts the chance early in her innings here, just 5 deliveries face. Now she has a free hit to just show a bit of aggressive intent and take advantage of this off spin. It looks like another no ball, and yes, it's signaled by the square leg umpire, not getting a hold of that. Roberts hitting the toe off the bat and getting a single in the end, with immediately as that ball reached close to the batter, the hand was outstretched, and now we see the standing umpire signaling that free hit again. So double free hit here, Hamza. What an opportunity for Sao to definitely see if she can convert this one to a boundary.
Sao, she's moving along nicely. She's on 14 of 24. Now when you have 14 of 24 and the score 43 for 1, it's exactly what Trinidad and Tobago require. This is situational cricket when terms of Trinidad and Tobago. And
we just saw there the umpire just reminding the bowler that that's 2 consecutive no balls, and essentially after that, if she bowls another one, I believe she would have to be taken off the attack. So a very stern reminder there from the umpire, as we can see from his remonstrations, trying to reinforce the point that 2 is the most she can bowl at this stage.
So punches that through the offside. Good piece of feeling there. Just kicking the turf. She knows she would have missed out on that. Bit of a shorter delivery from Anisha Miller.
Thankfully, that free hit not resulted in any run or any boundary, so the comeback ball pretty good there, and Sao, you can just see that she missed out a bit.
Just crunched through the offside there. Easy single in the end. Almost stuck off the head of a skipper there.
I can just see the skipper with her hands outstretched as to say, what's that one? Because she literally threw the ball almost directly on the skipper's head. But thankfully, no injuries and everyone is safe in the end.
So I delivery there. Final delivery, final legal delivery now of over number 9. On the back foot there. Good piece of work by the skipper. Has really done a lot of fielding out there for the team, Kishav.
She's really involved at every point in time. Even when the bowling changes are being made, she's walking with the bowler to their mark and just reassuring what's the plan and the intention. So at the end of 9 overs, the score 46 for the loss of 1 wicket. Sawan 15 and Robertson 3. Going steadily along, I think Sao would be mindful of the fact that she really doesn't have to rush here, and if she can open the innings and come on not out, it will certainly do wonders for her confidence and her form going into the rest of the tournament. Similarly for Roberts as well, with this opportunity at number 3 after the departure of Ramnath. It's a good chance for these batters to just carry the team through and hope to not lose another wicket.
Scott there just taking a little break behind the stumps. He's having a bit of chat with Anaya Roberts as well. Scott would have had a long innings out there. Now she's back on the field with her team. Had the easiest of jobs out there as well, being the wicket keeper. The skipper continuing the bowling attack now. She sent her long off back of the 3/4. We're just going to probably bowl straight on that off stump.
And straight indeed. That one definitely angled into the stumps and played straight back to the bowler there. So we know that 9 overs have elapsed, and essentially that is to be the end of the power play. But only one fielder we are seeing outside, so they're trying to keep that pressure on these batters in the circle. And that's a wide delivery there, just relieving that pressure, as we said. As we take a look across to England at the close of play, stumps, England 68 for the loss of 3 wickets, having bowled out Australia previously for 247. 263, I make that.
And there's just keeping steady line on length. Skipper getting that breakthrough in her previous over. And the wicket of Samara Ramnath.
And again, that one full on the wicket. Nice drive, but no run, straight to the fielder. See, there's, looks as if she's a bit exhausted. Just her hands on her knees there, and his backhand is ready to go. So probably just taking a moment's pause before she steams back in to Roberts.
So there's just keeping that line of length really steady. If they can somehow manage to get a couple wickets, quick wickets, and pull back this game, anything is possible in this game of cricket. What she's doing really well, and that's a good run. I was about to say they've kept the pressure on, but as soon as that happens, with the experience of Chanel Sau just realizing that the scoreboard needs to keep going, quick singles is literally just snuck that single right under their nose.
Yeah, that was an excellent single. From the time she played the ball, Robert Sau was already halfway down the pitch, and it looks like she previously had that intention to just rotate the strike, because Roberts also took off, and that understanding between both batters is most important for that chemistry.
So good delivery there to finish the over. At the end of the 10th over now, the score 48 for 1. Just in comparison, after 10 overs, the Jamaica team, they were 40 for 2. So not really behind if you really think about it from that perspective. But Trinidad and Tobago, their bowling was extremely tight, especially in that middle overs. And with a couple quick wickets, it really restricted Jamaica's flow of runs. So we have Kimari Campbell. He's bowling from that CWI, as our producer noted to us. So well played there from Anaya Roberts. Wicket has really played two pace in the second innings, Official.
Yeah, it really has, and the fact that Jamaica has certainly curtailed the run scoring, because from the onset Trinidad and Tobago seemed to be off the flyer after those first couple of overs, and then now, even though the run rate is still very healthy, 4.8, essentially the bowling from Jamaica has been tight, and we see there a bit of a loose shot from Roberts. Let's try to release some of that frustration.
Yeah, but again, from a batting standpoint, coming forward is probably your best ploy right now with the wicket playing the way it is. That's a loud appeal there. Definitely was too noise. Probably just inside edge into the pads. Good bowling here from Kimari Campbell. Just keeping it up. Ball just scooping up in the air, but again it's because just on that short of a length, so she could get a couple to pitch on that and get whatever bong she could extract. It'll definitely have the batters guessing as to what is to come next, because just about probably 7-8 inches in front of that one that kept low, that ball just like a spongy bounce, and that ball scooped up in the air. Excellent batting, really good batting there from Anaya Roberts, coming forward to that delivery. It's exactly how you need to be playing. And you can see the acknowledgement from Sau on the other end as well. 43 required of 116 deliveries, a lot of deliveries to get those runs. trying to cut on that occasion. Not a bad offer at all. But again, I think the only way Jamaica is going to win this game is if they bowl out Trinidad. So at the end of over number 11, a maiden over there, 48 for 1.
Yeah. Roberts doesn't seem to have been playing the ball as smoothly since she's come out of the crease. A few play and misses, and even when she has hit the ball, hasn't really middled it too well. So I think it's just an issue of her finding that bit of form and getting the ball onto bat, which would certainly augur well for the rest of games to follow. Sao, on the other hand, 15 from 29, has not faced much of the strike or majority of the strike in the recent overs, but I'm sure she'd still be mindful of the fact that she has a role to play and would want to lead her team to victory by staying there till the end. It looks like it's going to be a switch of ends then for Miller. As you noted previously, Miller bowled from the CWI, and Campbell with that one over to allow Miller to come from this end. And just as we note Miller there, we can see behind that KFC end some rain clouds are actually just swerving to our left, so let's hope that they would stay away from the ground and allow this game to continue. And delivery pitching a bit too short there, so playing it into the leg side but straight to the fielder, so no run. Needs to look to capitalize on some of the gaps here.
The ball could have gone anywhere. Slow, wide, short. I just missed out on everything there was Sao.
And it seemed very tempting to hit, I must say. I can't give her fully wrong for trying to play that shot, as the ball was short and slow, but just the way that it cramped Sao by Tin Yin didn't allow her to play the shot comfortably.
This time she connects. But she'll go back for 2.
Nice looking shot there. What they have to be mindful of is that Anisha Miller, not the tallest bowler, just a bit over the stumps in terms of height, but most of her deliveries have kept low as well, and it's because of that trajectory, because even though she's flighting the ball, because of her height, the ball just stays that extra bit lower. In contrast, we recall Suleiman Ben, who is 6'12", I must say, and he had that bit of extra bunks every time that he bowled. You know, he's part of the Barbados Regional Men's Under-19 setup as well.
Not a short delivery there. The thing about Suleiman Ben, he had a really high bowling action as well. Certainly helps his scores.
And if you look at the release point from Miller, she releases high as well, above her head. So even though she is, again, not the tallest, she gets that ball to skid on because of that point where she releases.
So wide delivery there, they'll get a run for it as well.
Excellent backing up from Sawa, the non-striker, and immediately seeing that ball past in the keeper and calling her through for that single.
Sao was really playing the type of innings, anchoring the innings here, just ensuring that nothing rash is being done. They've already lost Samara Ramnath. She's just going along really nicely. At 39 required of 109 deliveries now. It's a bit of a games there between Scott and Sao. You can see the camaraderie between the two wicketkeeper batsers.
And as you can see in the back of the screen as well, the breeze is certainly picking up with a lot of intensity here, and those grey clouds to the left of our screen, you are seeing blue on the right, grey on the left, and it's that sort of yin and yang type of weather we have in Trinidad and Tobago a lot of times, where in fact even the sun can be shining and the rain can still fall. So let's hope for the sake of the remainder of this game that those rain clouds just swerve to the right and that the breeze carries them away, because we would certainly want to see the end of this contest, as it has been an exciting encounter thus far. And right now, Trinidad and Tobago with the upper hand, 52 for the loss of 1, requiring 39 runs and 108 balls. and it's just to see if Jamaica can get a couple wickets here to insert some pressure and to make this game more competitive.
The good news is that the breeze, how hard the breeze is blowing, it just blows those clouds away from the ground. We can continue and get a full game of cricket here. So another false start there.
What name is he? So it looks like it's Abigail Bryce. Is it? And again another false start. Okay. So it's Abigail Bryce into the attack, and twice she has had a false start in attempting to
looks
deliver.
as though Anaya Roberts pulled out on that occasion, just signaling something behind the bowler.
Cat and mouse game, perhaps.
Full toss there.
That one seemed questionable for a no ball, but probably just dying down before it reached the batter, and immediately the batter looking to square leg, but he just put out his hands to say no signal given.
Full toss on leg stump. Fielder does well. Looks like Miller, but she's done some damage in the process as well. Oh, look like it hit flush on the knee. She signals she's fine there, but good stop. The umpire just checking on her just to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, that's one getting a bit of an awkward bounce.
She did well to stop the ball though, Kisha.
Of course, certainly. Because there's no protection behind her. So once that ball passed her, would have easily been a couple of runs, as that ball would travel downhill going towards that part of the field.
You're feeling in that short square leg position, and your bowler is not helping your pause the bowling on the leg side. It's always tricky as a fielder. You have to be extremely alert, especially with the field, especially how short she is fielding as well. Another false start. Have you ever fielded in that position, Kisha?
Yes, I have. In fact, I think I've fielded on almost every position on the field. And I mean, I always remember something that one of my earlier coaches told me. He said, wherever you field, you have to want the ball to come to you. Because if you don't want the ball to come to you, it ends up following you anyway.
That's a good drive there, but straight to the field again. Not just comes to you, it surprises you at times.
Exactly, but you know that saying, as in when the ball follows you when things are not going your way.
Exactly.
If you have one misfield in the early part of the game, that ball will follow you every single over. So once you want the ball to come to you and have that desire to field it, it makes everything so much easier.
Just flicked away over the field, that short cover. They go back for two.
And that fuller length delivery allowing Roberts to play that ball over the infield on the leg side and getting 2 runs comfortably in the end. But before that, she was struggling a bit. I think she faced about 10 consecutive dot deliveries, and granted that would play in the mind of Roberts, as she would want to continue scoring and at least rotate the strike with Sawa and probably look to get a couple more singles rather than just dots.
And leg stop there again. Have you ever had a preferred fielding choice?
I wouldn't say I had a preferred fielding position, but I would say I definitely never preferred to be at bat pad. And I remember my first couple of days as a youngster, as we know, after 13 overs, the score 55 for 1. As a youngster, when I played with Clico Prisal, and we used to get called up to the senior team on certain occasions, they would always put me bat pad. And it's like a rite of passage, the new person or the young person has to go there and feel. And admittedly, it was a bit nervous at some times, but granted, I just kept telling myself, want the ball to come to you. And thankfully, it never did.
See Miller now got to continue. Anisha Miller. Back pad, one of those few fielding positions that's kind of phased out. I always love to see a back pad with some really hostile fast bowling. Even the spinners as well. Perfect example is on a pitch like this where that bounce is really eminent from that side, especially with the first innings. I would have loved to see a short leg in.
Yeah, there's definitely room for it in a shorter version of the game. It's all about the mindset of the captain and how attacking they wish to be in terms of getting wickets.
Short and just punch away again. Chanel Sao is just finding the fielders. And this delivery is so slow and short, she can hit this ball anywhere. And she knows that. No wonder she's smiling. So she needs to capitalize now. Been out there, she's faced some 36 deliveries so far. This time, she hits it into the gap. Actually, a good piece of fielding too from the fielder at.
That was almost a catch, in fact, Hamza. And that one went aerially towards that fielder there. And she dove forward, but didn't really get all of it. And the reality is that most of those deliveries have been going towards those two fielders on the leg side. So Miller clearly has a plan in terms of how she bowls and how she anticipates batters to play against her.
So wide delivery there from Miller.
We saw that after the previous ball from Sao went straight to the fielder. She just had a wry smile and a look towards the stands as if to say, what am I doing wrong? But we all know that it's just a matter of being patient and waiting for the right ball to get those runs off of. And again, that ball played to that fielder at a very interesting mid-on position. It's not a traditional mid-on, but a bit straighter than usual.
It's a full toss again. This time it goes through. They go back for two. A good throw in the end as well.
Yeah, good throw indeed, and thankfully Sao was quick between the wickets, so she reached back to the non-strikers and safely. But I think at this stage they have to at least push for two, because if they are not rotating the strikers often and getting singles every other ball, they have to make most of the runs when they do get down. Miller has been bowling tight, and essentially to get runs off her, apart from the extras that have come off her bowling, not much has come off the bat itself.
Another wide delivery there. They go for a quick single as well. That's the thing with Chanel Sao. When she's on the non-strikers end, she calls that run so fast. But it's not anything dangerous from her part, because she's always going to the danger end.
And that's what I like about the intensity and the approach of Sao from the time she has stepped out there onto the crease. Very observant and very mindful of what's going on around.
Looking to sweep that. She's hitting the toe of Scott.
Yeah, missing out on that one there, Sao should have loved if that one could have been swept down to the leg side. I see Scott there just remonstrating with the bowler. Bowl it on the offside. Why are you bowling on the leg side? She's getting a bit more vocal now, Scott. Doesn't seem to be too pleased there, Hamza, is she?
There's a lot of competition going out there as well. Scott away. Imagine you're in this battle with your team, Jamaica versus Trinidad, but there's so many individual battles going out there. You have two players vying for the exact same spot and a wicket keeper batter in Scott, and then right in front of you, you have the same person going up for that position in Chanel Sau, and then your bowler is not helping your cause out there as well.
Yeah.
Really intense out there. Now Scott in her own right as well, just like Chanel Sau, extremely competitive, has a lot of pride when it comes to this game. I think it took too long for her to get vocal out there.
Yeah, I think she was just holding restraint for a majority of the innings, but it reached a point there after the ball in fact struck her on her leg and she seemed to be in a slight bit of pain. That's when she signaled to the bowler as in, hey, you got to keep it on the offside.
So inside edge on the part there. This is the last over before the water break as well. The umpire just signaled it before the start of this over. Trinidad and Tobago, they require another 28 for victory. Again, the good thing about this run chase for them is that they've only lost one wicket. It's definitely a wide delivery there from Abigail Bryce.
Scott is just looking dejected at this point. She's just hanging her head down and stretching out that leg that seems to be giving her a bit of pain there. But these wide deliveries are really not helping her. I mean, from ball one, she has been moving left and right. And she, in fact, did bat a long time out there as well. So probably some fatigue just kicking in.
Yeah, after over number 9, she sat on the pitch for a while. It's a good shot there. Good piece of feeling again from Anisha Miller. Really putting her body on the line there in the field. Almost now a losing course for Jamaica, but it's always so good to see that they're still committed to the game out there. Not gonna get Trinidad and Tobago get these runs easy on the field, I should say. However, their bowlers not helping their cause at all with the amount of extras being bowled.
Yeah, really, they have to keep it tight. And from the first couple of overs when they leaked a few extras, it really set the momentum for Trinidad and Tobago to just continue in that stride, because the required rate was never anything that was too alarming. And once you get an easy start, it's just to continue from then on.
Slower delivery there. Just one run. Excellent from Sau to
Fiery throw there.
the direct hit as well.
It's a good thing that Sau didn't come back, because Sau was already looking to come back for that second run, but Roberts rightfully telling her to just wait on.
Another false start there from Bryce. But just about 2 or 3 feet away behind the umpire, Kishab, and in that run-up, there's a bit of sore spot when we came initially. Not sure if that's still hampering the bowlers as they run in. Cut away, but straight to the fielder. And if that spot initially, that's what I was concerned about Trinidad and Tobago, so I was more happy when they opened with spin from that end. That slight damn spot could actually cause so much injuries, it's crazy. Could easily pull a hamstring muscle with that momentum going in. That's definitely a no ball there. I'm sure she'll get a warning.
She should come back for 2 here, ideally, Sau. A good throw from the keeper. I think she took off too late there. If she took off from the moment the ball passed the keeper, she would have easily gotten 2 and got the free hit.
But besides took off late as well, Kishab, I'm not sure if the fatigue factor is bothering her out there as well. She ran that run really slow as well.
It is very possible, because I mean, she did keep for the entirety of that first innings and then facing 40 deliveries thus far. You know, it's no easy feat out there.
Then she's been out there for some almost 90 deliveries as well. Possibly more toward the amount of extras being bowled. Right, free hit on now. Chips down the track. They go through for, in the end, an easy single, but Sau's definitely feeling the effect there. That should have been an easy single in the end.
Yeah, definitely should have been. I can see Sao just remonstrating to Roberts there, but Roberts is rightfully telling her, that's my call, it's behind you. So as they take a break for a water interval, the score at this stage partnership, we see 32 from 46 there. Sao 20 from 38 and Roberts 9 from 25. At the end of 15 overs, the score 69 for the loss of 1. And we'll take a short break here ourselves.
Of this run, she is trying to be able to require just 22 more for victory, have 15 overs to do so, still 9 wickets in hand, the important factor there. Sal is going along really nicely, she's on 21 of 43 and Nia Roberts is on 11 of 27. We have Brian now into the attack, she's bowling from that KFC end. They desperately need wickets to stay alive in this encounter, and that's just on the wide line there, very generous on that call, the umpire. This was short on that occasion, and that's a bit of a mix-up there. Well, definitely would be a run out here, and the intensity of that from Brian shows what it means to them. But horrible mix-up from Anaya Robertson, Chanel Sau, who's really been calling those quick singles.
Well, I think we actually saw a hint of that in the previous over, Hamza, where there was some hesitation between both parties when Sao didn't want to run on the free hit and also didn't want to run on the no ball. So just a bit of miscommunication there. And unfortunately, Roberts having to depart, run out after a very lengthy stay. 11 from 28. She looked pretty good in terms of the shots that she played. So unfortunately, has to depart, run out. I'm sure she would have liked to just stay there to the end. But a good effort from Roberts, and it brings the new batter to the crease. Maria Lafourcade, number 23.
So it was a bit of hesitation there that resulted in that wicket. And it's so cliche that we call a wicket just after a break. First ball after the drinks break. Sao is on strike now. She'll want to just continue to just knock it around, stay till the end. Of a big innings for her team to secure the first victory in this competition. Again, another bit of hesitation. Could be another chance. Direct hit and she was gone.
Now Sao has to be a bit mindful here because she needs to know who she is running with and who's her running partner. Lafourcade obviously not as quick as the other batters that she had at the crease. So Sao took off immediately, but we can see Maria there just telling her one time, just talk to me and call loudly. So it seems like as if there was no communication and Sao took off to run on her own. But thankfully both batters able to speak there and just clear the air with each other.
Last thing Trinidad, Tobago would want to have was back-to-back run-outs, and it nearly happened there. A direct hit and Lafourcade was gone for all money. Anyone required now. Looking to play that ball into the gap there. Wide signal. So again, the runs keep taking away in terms of the extras here. And a lot of wides pulled by this Jamaican team. Something they'll have to go back, sort out in the dressing room. I'm sure the coach will definitely not be happy with this performance bowling. Again, just missed out on an opportunity there. Juicy full toss. Single in the end, that's all it resulted in. One more to the total now.
That's 20 runs required for victory.
Short again. Looking for two. Just one this time. Never a second run on. So final delivery now of over number 16 is going out 73 for 2. Wicket fall in the second delivery via run out. Could have had 2 run outs in this over so far. Again, not connecting, not a wide there. Sometimes those gifts is what you need, Keshav. Just get your innings kick-starting, but this occasion she's not able to connect. That's the 3rd time. Could have had a freebie to let the hands go wild here. Final delivery of the over. Got away straight to the fielder. So the end of over number 16 is going now 73 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, they require another 18 for victory to get their first victory of this competition. Remember, that first game would have been rained out along with Jamaica as well. Only had 1 game play on that first game. 2 out of the 3 games being rained out. Had a lot of rain in Trinidad this past couple of weeks under the ground. outfields very slow compared to what we've accustomed seeing here at Gilbert Park.
We see a lovely shot there again of all of the supporters here at Gilbert Park. Match has been really well attended by a lot of family members of the cricketers, as well as friends and even patrons who have just been passing by, stopping in on their way to work, on their lunch hour, just coming out here to watch this lovely game of cricket between two very competitive teams in an exciting encounter thus far.
Scott just feeling the effects of being out there. So she's batted a really long time. She has the gloves in hand. Looks like it's going to be Wilmot back into the attack. She's bowled 3 overs previously, conceded 12 runs. Shinal Sao, she's been out there since the start. She's also kept wicket for the entirety of the Jamaican innings as well.
Well, I'm certain Sao would be a bit tired at this stage, because we did see her, in fact, requesting a bit of salt previously just to help with that cramp. But she has done a lot of running between the wickets. All of that glove work for 30 overs behind the stumps, opening the baton. Sun is certainly beaten down now as those rain clouds have passed us by, thankfully. And it's really humid out there. Despite the breeze, you know, it's just that heat sinking in. So Sao just has to dig deep into her fitness here, and I'm sure she'll want to bring it home.
That ball just catching her by surprise there. Get a bit of extra bounce, but it's on that short of a leg spot.
Kate Wilmot into 4th over, 12 runs conceded off of the first 3, 13 dot balls, so bowled pretty well in that first spell.
Shinal Sao, one of the senior members in the Trinidad and Tobago team. Definitely want to play. Senior knock, bring the team home. The 18 runs required for victory. Always a good feeling. Can make a contribution to your victory for your side. A little bit of misfield there, but no run conceded.
And again, that shot being played in the same direction to the fielder, so just a bit of placement needed or to work it either left to right to the fielder, get those angles.
It's driven away nicely again, and they go through for a quick single. Loud appeal, but she's home quite easily in the end.
That looked like a very tight single to run as well, because Sao, again, noticeably quicker than her partner, Lafoucaide. And even though she reached safely in the end, it was a risk that really didn't need to be taken at this stage, because the ball was struck with some power to the fielder. So it's not to say that the ball was played gently and they had enough time to get that single comfortably, but it was a situation where it was high intensity and putting some pressure on her partner, the non-striker end. So Lafoucaide would face her first delivery from Wilmot, and 3 deliveries left in the over. Just 17 runs again required. And be advised to just play smartly here and watch the ball onto the bat.
And that's a quick delivery there, probably the quickest of the day from Wilmot.
That's Wilmot telling Lafoucaide, welcome to the wicket. Don't forget I'm still here bowling pace.
She's bowling in over number 17 in her second spell. Basically in a losing course, and she's producing that. This goes to show the effort she's putting out there for her team. Effort delivery there, but you can see she's just trying a shorter delivery, but just not rising on that occasion. I would have still loved to see her try a couple deliveries from around the wicket there. get that ball angling away from the right-hander. And that's another quick delivery there. That's some serious pace outside there, Kisham.
That was an excellent over in all from Wilmot. She finished it very strongly from the moment that Fouquet was on strike. Essentially, she just made all of those deliveries unplayable by putting them very quickly and full as they passed the bat straight through to the keeper. So at the end of 17 overs, the score 74 for the loss of 2. 17 runs required in 78 balls. So it definitely has a lot of balls on offer and deliveries available for them to score the runs. It's just in terms of the run rate, I'm sure they would want to get that target within 20 overs if they can, with 3 overs left. As we take a look at the SecU Credit Union there and all of the different buildings around this industrial area where we have several companies, several gas companies. Oil and gas, we know, is a major part of Trinidad and Tobago and our economy as well.
So Brian to continue from that KFCN. So again, just playing that back just for a single. She's not been able to capitalize and get those boundaries as she like to, but she's still there.
And here we can see some crab for sale right in front of the no vending sign. Pay no mind to that. You know, I'm sure that it's a different type of vending on offer.
And that's just crunched away into the boundary. Maria Lafayette announcing her presence here. That's her first runs of the day.
And that's one of her forte. In fact, she's known to hit the ball very powerfully and hits it cleanly as well. So I think she has come out here with a mission to get those runs as quickly as possible. And just as we might see that vendor from the crab stall probably leaving there as quickly as possible, we know that she wants to get those runs in that similar fashion.
So Brian just a bit too short on allocation. Lafayette just obliging. Full toss and she goes again. Lafila just kicks it into the boundary. So it's getting closer and closer for Trinidad and Tobago. Back-to-back boundaries here for Maria Lafayette.
That one was essentially like a free hit in terms of that ball. Full, slow, into the batter, able to put it on the leg side comfortably. And the footwork there for Plummer, not the best. It's the irony because you know that Jamaica essentially taught Trinidad and Tobago a lesson in the senior footballing team when they humbled us in that Gold Cup game. So unfortunately Plummer's footwork there did not resemble that of Leon Bailey and Michael Antonio and those guys. But thankfully in this situation Trinidad and Tobago is in the ascendancy and 8 runs required to win. Let's see if they can get it even in this over or before the 20th, which would have been the aim.
No adjustments being made to the field. They're gonna be bowling with the same field. Short again, and she's looking to crash that into the boundary. Sao looking for the single as she's done throughout the innings.
And Maria is just telling her, take your time, calm down, there's no need to rush. I don't think she was even intent on looking at Sao after that delivery. She was hit on her foot and just walked away to just kind of shake it off. But Sao was almost directly to the crease, so sprinted back safely in the end.
That's crunched away into the gap. They look for one. That's all was on. But they've already gotten some 9 runs, 10 runs already in this over with 1 delivery left.
Sao facing the final delivery of the over.
So at the end of over number 18, the score now 84 for 2. Just 7 runs required for victory for Trinidad and Tobago. So Lafourcade, after striking back-to-back boundaries, she's on 9 of 9. Sao is on 25 of 50. Just really played a hand here to just secure victory for her team and show that she was there till the end. And sometimes, Kishav, that's all you need, somebody to just stay throughout the innings and make sure nothing crazy goes along.
Well, stability is key in all formats of the game, and we have seen that role being played by Sao here straight to the end. That's a nice shot from Maria. Played it straight towards the fielder, but nice looking full face of the bat. And just another dot ball to the innings, but with 7 runs required, I'm sure they'll be looking to complete the victory very soon and do it without losing any more wickets, keeping the rest 8 of them intact.
If Wilmot can continue in this same vein within the next couple of years, she'll certainly be one to look forward to in the future. That's the inside edge there. For 1, we'll go back for 2. Sao ran that second one really reluctantly. Not sure if it's the tiredness aspect just playing on her mind.
And I think it was 2 from the onset, because the fielder did have some chasing to do and doesn't have the strongest throw. So they were able to get that 2 quite comfortably without any real hesitation. But Sao, granted, she didn't really have to sprint back because she knows she would have been safe at the non-strikers end. So probably just conserving a bit of energy at this point and taking her time and reaching back to the non-strikers end.
5 required for victory now. Trinidad and Tobago cruising to their first win in the competition. It's just their second game. And that's an outside edge. Gonna run close to the boundary, but it slows up. Go back for easy 2 in the end. It's crazy, Kishav, how fast that ball just slows up in the outfield.
I swear that ball was running to the boundary, and I just had to wait to see what would have happened, because it took off with some speed off the bat and literally just hit a couple of pieces of grass and stopped completely. So what could have been 4 was 2 in the end. But that said, 3 runs required at this stage and 3 deliveries required as well. So let's see if she can finish it in style here, already having 2 boundaries to her name. Well played.
Definitely, Kishav. Well played in the end, because Wilmot is really working up some steam here, and that's good from the fast bowler. Two deliveries left now in over number 19. Oh, that's another pacey delivery again there.
That one seemed to go between the bat and the pad. As we take a look at the CWI development coach and the Jamaica coach just having a chat on that far end.
Some really fiery deliveries here from Kate Wilmot.
Well, I think she should just play this one safely, because 1 delivery left in the over. Play it with respect if it's a good ball, and take nothing away from the fact that you will get the runs needed in the next over.
That's well played. It's like you coached her out there step by step, Kishav. So at the end of over number 19 now, they score 88 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, they require just another 3 for victory. Sao, she's on 25 of 50. Maria Lafourcade, she's on 13 of 15. This kind of team, they have a world of options of who they're going to bring into the bowl now.
It looks like the skipper Dares is going to resume the attack, possibly considering that it may very well be the final over. As we just take a look at the score across in St. Vincent, with the Trinidad Tobago under 19 men's team taking on the Jamaica under 19 men's team. Trinidad Tobago scoring 158 and Jamaica 57 for the loss of 1.
Quick single taken there by Sao, and well run by the pair. I think the difference there was the simple fact of calling, because we heard the shout of yeah up in the commentary booth, and previously we were just seen running without much conversation. So communication again key to the success of this pair between the wickets. And we see the proud flag of Trinidad and Tobago there.
Again looking for that shot on the leg side. She's been playing that shot since she came into bat. Really not bringing much success to her, but
that one looked premeditated as well. Before the bowler even reached to the crease, she just stepped back and across and seemed to want to play that over the infield, because only one fielder is here at deep mid wicket. There's a fielder at cow corner, but nobody is backward of square, and that's exactly where she was trying to send that ball down towards.
she finds the gap with that. Will they go back for two? Yes, they will. Good running in the end.
Does it do? One more.
It's actually one more required for.
Let's wait on the umpires to confirm.
And that's the end of the game there. That's what we were watching.
Victory for Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 women's team as they claim victory there. We just waited on the umpire to confirm at the end as we take a look at the supporters who stand to applaud a valiant effort by this team. Really and truly, they have outplayed the Jamaicans in bat and ball, because from that first bowling performance to restrict Jamaica to 90 for 9 in their 30 overs and making this score of 91 in under 20 overs, it definitely shows the prominence of TNT. And I must say, Hamza, the innings played by Sao, very steady, 26 or 51, strike rate of just under 50, but again, nothing that wasn't required. And then Lafoucault coming in with a very quick innings there, 15 or 17, to accelerate what would have been some slow run scoring at the middle point of the innings. But at the same point in time, they have done extremely well here to get this victory, and convincingly so.
Yeah, Lafoucault just came in there and put the cherry on top, the icing of the cake there, because Easy by Easy was building up to that fiery end, and she came in there and just ensured a victory before the 20th over, ensured that the net run rate, I'm sure, will go really high after this victory. But Trinidad and Tobago, after winning that toss and sending Jamaica into bat, they came out in the field, looked like they came out with a purpose here. Remember again, that first game was rained out, so they shared the points. They came out here, they claimed the victory, but it all started off after they won the toss. They came out, they took wickets in the first 2 overs. There was a bit of a partnership rebuilder, but from the time that partnership was broken when Scott went, that was the end of Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago, they came out, battled with a purpose, and in the end, they claimed a really, really convincing victory here.
Yeah, so it was really well played by Trinidad and Tobago, and we could just see the players there giving some applause to all of the fans that came out and cheered them on heartily. The fans have been here since morning, since the first ball was bowled, and I'm sure they'll be coming out every game to support Trinidad and Tobago in their home country. So it's really great to see this turnout at Gilbert Park Recreation Ground, and I'm sure at all of the other venues in Trinidad and Tobago, at the National Cricket Centre and UE Spec, you would have had similar turnouts and support for the different games that would have played. So Trinidad and Tobago, with a very much needed victory after the first game was rained out, they have that victory. They have it convincingly, given the fact that they secured it within 20 overs, and they did it in a very positive manner. So at this stage, it's definitely for us to look forward to the rest of the tournament in terms of how these other teams would fare, who would end up on top of the group, and how everything else would play out based on the weather as well, which we do have to take into account. So that's it for us here at the Gilbert Park Recreation Ground on behalf of the Cricket 360 team and from the West Indies YouTube channel. On behalf of our producer, Mr. Joel Phillip, Mr. Gordon Pear, Mr. Kadir Mohammed, Mr. Hamza Mohammed, and myself, Keisha Bahar, saying thank you very much for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you again next time.